Testing 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. That's my laptop. 1, 2. Testing 1, 2.
live. Sorry, I neglected to do that. So.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Well, firstly, I'd just like to wish you well in the role, and Councillor Salvage and the Deputy. It certainly is a very complex committee to chair, as I found out last year. You're certainly dealing with some very intense situations on a monthly basis, but it's all good fun looking back on it. Maybe you'll feel the same, but you've it all ahead of you. As Councillor Nicholson said, I wasn't able to make the last committee meeting. It was the day before the election, so there was some last minute canvassing going on. So I'd just like to take the opportunity to thank a couple of people, if that's okay, Chair. Firstly, I'd like to thank all of the senior planning officers who presented to the committee over the various years on the various months of meetings, including the legal advisor, Olga, the director, and the head of plan as well. I'd also like to thank Democratic Services team who staffed this meeting to a high standard, and Louise, Ruth and Patricia. If it wasn't for them, these meetings couldn't happen, and certainly not efficiently as they do on a regular basis. I'd like to also thank the legal, the IC team rather, Danny and everyone who's helped with these meetings. Everything's always went to plan and everything's always been very smooth. So certainly Danny has high standards to keep in this coming year ahead. And I'd also said I'd like to thank all the planning officers who regularly presented to the committee, and I always found their service to be very high and very committed individuals to this borough. Last but not least, I would like to thank the Vice Chair, Councillor Nicholson. I thought having him certainly as the Vice Chair was great, given his large amount of experience. And as well, he did have to come in and chair a couple of applications on occasion, which were certainly tough ones, if I recall myself. So just like to put my thanks on record to everyone sort of involved in the last year, which went by pretty quick. And as I said, to wish yourself and Kevin all the best in the year ahead for yours. And to welcome Councillor Cosby back onto the committee. I'm sure it will be an interesting year as well for you, as well as all of us. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Lavery and Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, look, thanks, Chair, and I wish you well, and obviously your Vice Chair well. As I say, you're like myself, you're an old hand. This committee, you've been here from the start, and there's not too many of us left. I don't think we're here from the start, but anyway, I wish you well, obviously, and I want to obviously be associated with the comments from the Chair. No point repeating them. We like I say, the staff and I say ICT. It's been difficult, obviously with COVID, and I have to say to the Chair, it was different, a different plan of committee, in relation, there was a lot of it done remote and things like that. And I have to say, handled it well. And I have to say, dealt with the meetings effectively and got through them as quickly as you can. So as I say, I also welcome Councillor Cosby back. And I did say in the fall, I hope he stays longer than the last time, but he assures me he's going to be here for the 12 months. So as I say, looking forward to working with Darren going forward. And obviously, again, hopefully we can keep the thing sort of, as you say, between the hedges and keep it running smooth. So, but as I say, with you at the Chair, I'm sure that will happen. So again, wish you and Kevin well for your year. Thank you.
Thanks very much, members. So with no further lights on, we'll move on to apologies. I'm aware of two apologies, Alderman Barr and Councillor McNally, and I know Councillor Alderman Anderson is going to be slightly late. He'll be in about 3:30 or so to the regulatory part. Or of any other apologies at this stage? I haven't seen any lights, so we'll move on then. Declarations of interest. So we'll take them as the meeting progresses, unless somebody has anything particularly pressing. Move on to agenda item 3, which is a report from the Strategic Director, Community and Growth, and the report is circulated. And there is an item for decision, so we'll push on with that report.
Thank you, members, and good afternoon. And this item is in relation to the annual update on the departmental business plans. And members will be aware of the Council's corporate planning business process. And each year, the annual business plans are provided to the relevant service committees. So attached in the appendix is the update on the achievements for the business plans for the 2021 and 2022 period for the building control and planning departments. And members will be aware that significant amount of work has been undertaken by both departments, and certainly and both departments have managed very heavy caseloads, and it's been referenced within very different and challenging times as well. So it's to provide the update on the annual business reports for planning and building control.
Okay, Councillor Cosby, I'm just having a wee issue with my iPad. It's saying, I don't know if IT can assist, not authorised to view documents. I hadn't done that previously. You got that as well? Are other members having that issue? Do you? If you want to try that then. It has. Okay, so if you just go right out of, go backwards in your decision time and then log back, then again it's letting me in there. Okay. That's fine. Councillor Cosby.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the members for their kind welcome back. And I wish you well on your year as chair as we run down the final year of the term. Through you, Mr. Chairman, maybe to Tom, just in relation to the departmental business plans for building control. And I do note there that we do have quite a few amber and reds in there. And I accept that some of the issues and some of the reasons behind those particularly around targets for applications for domestic and non-domestic planning or plan application assessments. And I note that some of this is because of vacant post long-term sick absence. And I'm interested in terms of the vacancies and the vacancy rate within the department. Now, I do note that, okay, we're moving some way that's under recruitment at this point in time. But through you, Mr. Chairman, I'm just wondering, how long has this problem persisted in the department? How long has taken the recruitment process to get to this stage? How long is it going to take until the recruitment is finished? Because building control is quite a key aspect of helping our businesses and the economy in terms of getting approvals for applications for buildings and for all of those things. And I don't want that to be delayed any longer than necessary. And if all of the resources were in place, would we be in a better position? Obviously, the answer is that yes, but would we be in a position if we had more resources? And is it an issue of not having enough resources, even if all of the posts were filled? Because I am conscious that we do see a large number of applications coming in through building control and through planning for new properties and for changes and extensions and all manner of things. So I'm interested in some of those points if they could be addressed.
Yeah, thanks. And I suppose it will be interesting to hear, but I would sort of preamble that with the fact that I suppose during COVID and our time on the committee, I think it was maybe the bin deliveries, the COVID support and building control are one of the three departments of this council that hardly took breath, really. A lot of work kept going on, and I know other areas were greatly curtailed in many aspects, but in terms of building control, a lot of construction was still going on. It was designated as a sector of the society that could continue, and I know that building control were quite busy at a number of dealings with them over that period, but it's only really just to preamble what Councillor Cosby saying. But yes, I would appreciate, Tom, if you could give us an update on those points. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, as you mentioned, we have been extremely busy. There have been 2 long-term absences. One of those is now back. So that was absence through sickness. One's now back, and hopefully the other will be back within weeks. We have had the recruitment process. We also have 3 vacant posts. The recruitment process has been ongoing now for several months, since Christmas actually. We have gone through the process for the technical officer on 3 occasions, and yet to get somebody's back out again. I'm happy to report, and actually I was interviewing this morning, and I've finished out on recruitment for a building control officer, and we are hoping to appoint, so that will help. But it has been extremely difficult to get trained people. To bring in people who are not trained at this point in time, it takes about 3 years to train a building control officer. And that would put more pressure on the department if we brought in somebody who's not the right person. So I am hoping to fill further posts in the coming weeks and months. As I say, I'm content that the candidate we hope to offer the post will be an asset to us. But as I say, the process has taken a lot longer than expected, just to get the right people, because there is a shortage of skilled people out there.
Okay, Councillor Cosby, you want in again? Yeah. Okay, go on ahead.
Just very briefly, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that, and thank you for that, Tom. Just in terms of contracts, because I know sometimes we have difficulty recruiting staff on fixed term contracts. Are we looking for permanent posts or any of those fixed term positions? And maybe is there something we could do around that? Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Cosby, I was checking an issue here on the screen with regards to the live stream. So have you asked me to do something there? Because I was pre-engaged with just a screen here, just getting to grips with.
So you're basically saying, Mr. Chairman, that you can't multitask. I thought that you were doing a good job at that just a minute ago. No, I was just asking Tom around the types of contracts that we're recruiting people on. So are they fixed term or are they permanent contracts? Because I'm assuming that fixed term contracts would have a detrimental impact to the recruitment process, trying to get the right people.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Cosby. Yeah, I was just a wee bit worried that I hadn't seen someone on the live stream. So, but I think I've covered everybody. Tom, you can answer that one.
Thank you, Chair. Just to answer Councillor Cosby, yes, it's actually a mixture of contracts at this point in time. We have a permanent post out or about to go out again. The other posts we can't make permanent just yet because the structure has to still be rolled out, and there's a complication with that, unfortunately. But as I say, when that's rolled out, that could hopefully be transferred into a permanent post. But that's advice coming from HR that I can't issue it now on a permanent basis, unfortunately, because of the structure.
You can tend to move on, Councillor Cosby. Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And I don't think the 2 reports in front of us are any surprise. I think we're all kind of expected that we weren't going to make all our targets and there would be a few red flags and things like that. But I suppose a bit yourself, Chair, you put it into the context, COVID and then post-COVID. And as somebody who works in this industry, I can tell you post-COVID applications have doubled and trebled for as far as planning and building control has gone. So it was sort of unprecedented, you know, the sheer scale that was coming through the doors as we've seen month on month with Damien. I think I said a couple of times to Damien, you're pushing water uphill because there's a lot less going out than there was coming in. But thankfully, we've reversed that trend. So let's hope that these reports are more glowing in the next 12 months, Chairman. And I suppose I'm not sure if you need a proposer to accept the reports or it's just for noting, but if you do need a proposer, I'm happy to propose to move on. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I will take that as a proposal. Have we a seconder for those reports? They're down as decision items. So happy, thank you, Councillor Cosby. Okay, members, we'll move on then to item 4, which is report from the head of planning. So 4.0, report from head of planning. Is Shane doing it? Okay. Do I bring Shane in? Because I have no obvious way to control this screen.
I'm here, Chair. Hopefully you can hear me.
Yep.
Yep. Yeah. So thank you, Chair. I suppose fairly briefly, a bit of background. When we applied to the National Lottie Heritage Fund for a Townscape Heritage project in the way that we have done in both Armagh and Lurgan, one of the requirements is that we develop a conservation area management plan which guides the sort of future protection and enhancement of the respective conservation areas. And a number of years ago, we brought the Armagh Conservation Area Management Plan through Planning Committee. We're just obviously going through the same process for the Lurgan Conservation Area Management Plan. So the recommendation in front of the members this afternoon is that members approve the Conservation Area Management Plan as a material consideration for planning decisions within the Lurgan Conservation Area. Happy to take any questions on that.
Okay, thanks, Shane. And a number of lights on. Councillor Nicholson was first up.
Yeah. Thanks, Chairman. And look, I'm happy to propose this. I've one question, and I suppose it's maybe not for Shane. It's about weight. You know, obviously this is another document that's been brought in front of the committee, and obviously it's going to determine if there's an application within the conservation area, what level of weight as a committee, or is it just up to ourselves what weight we give to that? Because personally, I think it should be very heavy weight, if you know what I mean, because it is so important that these conservation areas are maintained and retained, as we've seen in various situations where, you know, within this committee there are buildings demolished, etc., and they're demolished, they're gone, that's it. So I just have a question more for you, Damien, as the sort of the chief of planning, more than Shane, like in relation to the weight of this. As material consideration, fine, but weight, I'd like a bit of information on that. Thank you.
Yeah, and that's a fair point. And I know myself and Councillor Nichols sit on the Heritage Committee there in Armagh, and it's fairly wide-ranging, you know, piece of work in Armagh City with conservation, and it's fairly rigorously dealt with by that committee, and there's a whole series of requirements. So I would share those concerns. And yes, Damien, if you can input that. Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, it's a very good question, Councillor Nicholson. So thanks for raising it. Yeah, look, you'll see from the report that the camp will be a material consideration in reaching planning decisions, and also we will have to take it into consideration when we're moving towards the development of our new local development plan. In a nutshell, this will be supplementary planning guidance. So we will have to take account of it in reaching any decisions that come before this committee, and indeed any decisions that officers may make as well. In terms of the weight that's given to it, the principal weight will be given to strategic planning policy statement and to the planning policy statement 6, because they are principal guidance. So this is supplementary planning guidance. We'll have to refer to both. But what I can tell you is this has been looked at very, very carefully by planning officers to make sure that it is compatible, consistent with the other policy documents that I've mentioned. So there's no conflict between them. So whatever is in it, you will also pick that up in the other documents that we would have to consider as well. So hopefully that deals with the point. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Cosby here up next.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's kind of semi been answered, but I was just going to ask, is this the same policy that applies to the Armagh area, and it's going to be applied in the same way? Because I do know that the Townscape Heritage and the conservation area, that there is, you know, well, in my experience, even just this week, there's quite a lot of weight applied to this policy because it is and could be the determining factor that means that somebody can or cannot demolish a building, for example. within the conservation area, and then that'll require structural engineers report, and then the council will have to do their own independent structural engineers report as well. Even though those buildings are not necessarily listed buildings or protected in any way, shape or form other than just by the conservation area. So I think there appears to be a significant weight applied to this policy. Now, I don't have a view on it either way, in fairness, but I'm just trying to get clarity. Is this going to be the same circumstances set out then in Lurgan within the boundaries of the map set out as is in Armagh at present?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, indeed, Councillor Cosby, that is the case. It's a conservation area management plan for Lurgan and a similar one for the Armagh conservation area. So the amount of weight that we would give both documents will provide supplementary planning guidance. In other words, they supplement the main guidance, which is the documents I referred to previously, like the strategic planning policy statement. It is for members to determine how much weight to the as decision maker, how much weight you attribute to any particular document. But I think what you'll find is that there's nothing in any of these camps that will be different to what's already in the main policy documents. They all should be and are consistent with one another, and that indeed will work its way into the new local development plan. Because once the local development plan is in place, things like the planning policy statements will disappear, and the local development plan will be the primary, will represent the new operational policies that we will work to. Hopefully that answers the question. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Damien. Councillor Lavery.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, just to declare an interest that I'm a member of the Lurgan Townscape Heritage Project, but I don't feel that impedes me from commenting on this, but I think it's just important to note that. Firstly, I think I'd like to second, the proposal, if it hasn't already been done so, and just give a comment that being on the Townscape Heritage Project, it's really enlightened me to the amount of built heritage that exists within this town centre of Lurgan, and its connections to many cultural events over the last 400 years of Lurgan's existence. I think that it is important that we continue to protect such built heritage assets so that they can continue to be admired and enjoyed for another 400 years of the town's existence. So certainly welcome this report and the numerous recommendations involved in it, and that it should be definitely considered when applications do come to us within the conservation area. So I think it's a very positive day for Lurgan, particularly all those involved and enthusiasts involved in the town's historical past, and hopefully it's got much more of a positive future to come. So happy to second, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And that has been proposed and seconded. I think Councillor Nicholson had proposed it originally, hadn't you? Okay. That's grand. No other contrary proposals. So move on then to item 4.2, which is a report by Damien on planning caseloads.
Thanks, Chair. Members, I'll just give you the headlines of this report, which, as you'll see yourselves, outlines the number of decisions that were issued during the month of May. And you'll see that 154 decisions were issued over that period. The number of applications received during the month of May were 125, which means that the overall live caseload number has dropped this month. So we're now standing at 1,066. So obviously we're going in the right direction. As you know, we're trying to drive the live caseload numbers down. Number of call-ins during the month of May, members, was 0, which is unusual, but that leaves the year-to-date figure at 7. Just what I'd also like to mention, members, is that last committee in May, I did mention bringing a report which would detail measures that we would be introducing to try and help enhance performance. Now, that report is actually unfortunately been delayed because we need to now engage with the unions, I should say, around some of those proposals, which we will be doing later this month. So that once that engagement has taken place, a report will then follow in due course. But look, what I can assure you is that we are very much committed and determined to drive the caseload back down to the pre-COVID levels by the end of the year. And when the report does come before you, you'll see some of the measures we're looking to introduce in order to achieve that objective. I'm happy to take any questions, Chair.
Okay, any questions, members? Councillor Lavery.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just wondering, is it a typo in terms of Appendix 2 at the very first page, plan statistics? It says that there was a variance of 347 in April, but there was only 98 applications issued, but 123 came in, so it should have went up. Was that just a sort of just a numerical error there? Just because it's spotted it, it seems, because we're usually sort of around zero or making it back rather than sort of. It'd be great if it was 370 or 47 less, but maybe it's not the case in this one.
Yeah, I'm struggling to see where that statistic actually is. That figure is there. Oh yeah, sorry, it's in the chart. Yeah, well, what had happened, probably because last month you weren't at the meeting, Councillor Lavery, but you'll see the figure that we started with at the beginning of the business year was 1440. But as I explained last month, what had happened was back in the beginning of COVID, there was an element of double counting of figures because we wanted to report as accurately as possible. And what we were doing was, because a backlog had built up in the early stages of COVID, we were manually counting applications that had been registered that had not been made valid. Because at that time, we didn't believe the planning portal was counting them. So we were doing it for that reason. It's now become evident that the planning portal was indeed counting those. There was an element of double counting taking place, which meant that our caseload figure was higher than it should have been. So last committee, the figure had dropped down as a result of that. So that's possibly an explanation for the point you've made.
Okay, Councillor, you content with that one? Okay. That's for noting. So I don't see any other lights on. So we'll move then to 4.3, which is the report by the Public Accounts Committee. Damien is going to take us through that one.
Thanks, Chair. Members, the paper before you relates to a report produced by the Public Accounts Committee into planning in Northern Ireland. The PAC produced its report on the 24th of March, having considered the report by the Northern Ireland Audit Office and having received information from a range of witnesses. Members will recall receiving details of the Audit Office report at a meeting of this committee in March. The overarching message of the Public Accounts Committee is that the planning system in Northern Ireland is not working efficiently. The PAC referred statements from witnesses who say that planning did not transfer to councils in 2015 as a cost-neutral service and that the funding package and staffing models at the point of transfer were insufficient. The report highlights a range of issues of concern, including poor performance, poor quality planning applications, and a lack of transparency. It proceeds to make a series of recommendations, which are included in the paper before you. In terms of addressing the recommendations, there will be a requirement for new primary and secondary planning legislation and new technical guidance. It is also likely there will be a requirement to review the governance arrangements around cross-government working. And furthermore, within our own council, members may wish to review the scheme of delegation for planning and protocol for the operation of this committee. In terms of the Audit Office report, members will recall that our council fared very well. For example, we were ranked 3rd out of 11 councils for the processing of major planning applications, and in respect of overturns by planning committee, only 7% were recorded as overturned in ABC, while up to 31% were overturned elsewhere. Thanks, Chair, and again, happy to take any questions.
Okay, members, we don't see any lights on. I suppose from the Chair's perspective here, we deal with some of these issues every month, and I know in the wider council body, various other councillors are dealing with similar issues being raised through them from applicants and agents. And personally, I think there's probably a bit of, blame share generally and everybody's apart from, it is mentioned there in terms of what planners receive. And I know in this committee it's referred to sometimes, and sometimes the delegated list is used in a way to say, look, we're awaiting information from agents in that, and it doesn't always come through, and it can lead to delays, and it can lead to a rise in the number of cases that this council is dealing with. So it's not an easy thing to get right, and I know we're critical of it at times. COVID hasn't assisted in that in any way, but I do note the report, and resourcing, of course, is a part of it as well. And this chalice was handed down from a higher authority to council, and we can have our view on that as well. But it has taken a time just to bed in, and I suppose we wouldn't be adverse to getting a few more pounds for delivering it. And it's hard, as we've argued before, to increase application fees much more than they already are, because they're already significant to anybody, or considering any type of application, be it minor or major. But happy to take any questions. I don't see any, so we'll note that, and we'll move on then to agenda item 5, which is a report from Head of Building Control, Tom. So I'll hand over to you, Tom, for this section.
Thank you, Chair. Item 5.1 is a request for the naming of a housing development consisting of 4 dwellings at Hill Street in Lurgan. Details are in Appendix 1. The applicant's preferred name for this development is Hill Street Mews. The main reason from the applicant is that the main elevation will front directly onto Hill Street. So officers have assessed and deemed that the proposals are compliant. So the recommendation therefore is for members' approval. I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, members, you've heard our Head of Building Control. Any questions or proposals? Councillor Tolman.
Thanks, Chair. Just happy to propose a recommendation.
And I'm happy to second, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, that's fine. So that is, there's no proposals of the contrary. So 5.1 is approved. 5.2 then, Tom.
Thank you, Chair. This is a request for the name of the housing development consisting of 66 dwellings off Silverwood Road in Lurgan. Again, details are in Appendix 2. The applicant's preferred name for the development is Silverwood Avenue. And the reason obviously is because it's off the Silverwood Road. Again, officers have assessed and deemed the proposal is compliant. So the recommendation is for approval. I'm happy to take any questions members may have.
Okay, members, we've heard Tom's second report there. Do we have any questions or queries or proposals? Alderman Twybe.
Again, Mr. Chairman, I'm very happy to propose this recommendation.
Okay. Councillor Duffy.
Yes, Chair, just happy to second the proposal.
Okay, that's fine. So we will move on then to, well, that's approved. So we'll move on to 5.3. Sorry, Councillor Lowry. Okay, that's fine. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, item 5.3 is slightly different. It's a request for naming of a housing development consisting of 18 dwellings off the Inn Road in Donningstown, and details are contained within Appendix 3. The applicant's preferred name for this development is Brecon Court, and the applicant's main reason is that development is in the townland of Tuckrean, which translates from the Irish to Brecon. The difference in this one is members be aware that there are a number of developments off Lisniski Lane in Portadown which already have named Brecon within them. And there's Brecon Road, Brecon Lodge, Brecon Hall, and Brecon Meadows. And there are proposals for further large developments within this area, which may also potentially have the Brecon theme. So, although none of them are named Brecon Court, and the proposal technically complies with the policy. However, there potentially could be confusion, and as such, the applicant has indicated that if their preferred name suggestion is not acceptable to the council, then they will accept members' decision if they wish to choose one of the other name suggestions, those being either Tuckrean Hall or Tuckrean Meadows. Happy to take any questions.
Councillor Lavery.
Thank you, Chair. Well, now one of Tom's major skills now is mind reading, because that's what I was about to say. I will be aware that that development in just off the Snisky Road is going to be quite a large one and have a number of things on it. So I was leaning to going with Tuckran Hall, given that the issue with the Bracken and Central Craigavon, you wouldn't want to be getting a bit of confusion there. And also just because that the townland name's already associated with it and all development. So I'd be happy to propose Tuckran Hall, the second one on the list, given the issues with Bracken and the Snisky Road area, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Lavery. Councillor Tolman.
Yeah, just with the same remarks as Councillor Lavery. And I'm happy to second the proposal for Tuckran Hall. As outlined within the report, it is incorporating the history of Grace Hall in Dunlanstown as well. So I'm happy to second, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Well, that being the case, then I don't see any other lights on or any other proposals. So we'll accept 5.3 as Tuckran. Just get it right, Tuckran Hall. Okay, moving on then to 5.4, which is the Building Regulation and Property Certificate Applications Update. And Tom again, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This is just to keep members up to of the workloads of building control for April and May. Notably in Appendix 4, as was mentioned earlier, in the last 2 months of this financial year, we've received 538 new applications. These projects have a notional construction investment value of just over 66.9 million into our area, which is 10 million up on the same period last year. In May alone, we received projects worth just over 50.6 million. So during these first 2 months, we undertook 412 plan assessments and statutory decisions, and notices were issued on all of these. The department also completed just over 2,600 site inspections in the last 2 months. And the department also continues to deliver the council's property certificate function for the conveyance of properties in our council area. In the first 2 months of this year, financial year, we have received and administered 643 new applications for property certificates and issued 677 certificates to solicitors and agents relating to these property sales. Thank you, Chair. This is for members' information, but I'm happy to take any questions members may have.
Okay, members, you have heard the report. Have we any questions? The report is for noting. So, Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks, Tom, for the report. And obviously, are you seeing any slowdown, Tom, just in relation to applications coming in? Obviously, it's up on last year, but sort of the last number of months, there's reports of a bit of a slowdown in relation to applications coming through the system. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We're hearing reports that it is going to slow, but we haven't seen any clear evidence of that yet. The applications are still coming in, and some very big applications coming into us, and there's some more coming in the pipeline. But we have heard the rumours that construction costs, obviously, as the council will be aware of, are potentially going to slow things up. But there's no clear evidence of that as yet.
Okay, members. So we will note that update. And thanks, Tom, again for your contribution. Moving on to agenda item 6, it's a confidential report, so I will require a proposer and seconder to move the meeting into committee. So proposed by Councillor Nicholson and seconded by Councillor Lavery. I then have to read the following statement. As usual, members and online viewers, in accordance with Schedule 6 of the Local Government Act, we will now be moving into a confidential session of the Council. This means that we will be turning off the public feed of the meeting. This will be returned when the meeting is restarted. Can I now ask the ACT officer to please turn off the live feed and confirm with me when the confidential section of this meeting can proceed? Thank you. Could you recommence the live feed, please? Sorry. Done. Okay, thank you. Any items of correspondence? Okay. Well then, with that being the case, relevant business, I haven't been notified of any. So we will then take a short break and we'll reconvene at 4 for the applications. Okay, members, thank you. start the live feed, please? Started. Okay. To read the following statement, members of the public are advised that the Planning and Regulatory Services Committee is being held in the Council Chamber in Craigavon Civic Centre. However, due to COVID restrictions, the number of persons who can physically be facilitated in the chamber is severely limited. As a result, members of the public are only able to view the meeting on YouTube, and anyone wishing to address the committee has been invited in the first instance as an attendee via Zoom. Audio recording is being used to assist in preparing the formal minutes. Therefore, anyone participating in the meeting consents to it being recorded and being live streamed on YouTube. Also, during the course of this meeting, questions may be asked by councillors who are a member of the Planning and Regulatory Services Committee of planning officers, applicants for planning permission, objectors, or those speaking on their behalf. In doing so, councillors endeavour to ascertain the information which they feel is necessary to enable them to determine the application. However, members of the public should note that councillors will not reach a conclusion as to whether an application be deferred until the debate on the application has concluded. And as we have some legal advice to consider, I would ask for a proposer and seconder to go in to committee for legal advice. Proposed by Councillor Toman, seconded by Councillor Nicholson. If we could then pause the live feed. Okay, thank you. Okay, members, as you will be aware, then there's a number of applications that have been withdrawn from the schedule, just pending, a number of technical issues and submissions. So Appendix 1 is removed, Appendix 3 is removed, Appendix 6 is removed, Appendix 7 is removed. So with that being the case, we will move then to Appendix 4, where we have William Irwin, MLA, attending. At this stage, just in the entrance of ultra transparency, I'll just say that's my employer. So I haven't had any discussions in terms of this application that would impact me in any way from taking part in this discussion. So I spoke with the legal advisor and she said, look, there's no issue, just record it. So I've done that, and I think we need to wait till he comes in then, do we? Yeah, so we'll wait on William coming in, and then we will, once he takes his seat, we'll ask Sinead then to bring the report and the PowerPoint presentation. Sorry. Alderman Twyvell.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm just a little puzzled. Why are we not dealing with item 2 first?
Yeah, that's a good point. It was just one of the contributors to this one was in the airport. It was judged it might be a better use of time to move it forward because there's some issues with the stage of his travel that he would be in at the time this would be raised. So we just swapped it around to enable the full participation of everybody that wanted to participate. So that's why it's been moved around. Okay, so we will move then to hear the presentation, and we'll ask Sinead then if she can make her remarks.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. The applications for erection of a dwelling and garage and associated works, and the reason is before the Planning and Regulatory Service Committee is because it was called in by Councillor McElrath. Officers taken that members have read the report in full, and as such, this is a synopsis only. Policy CTY2A of PPS 21 states that planning permission will be granted for a dwelling at an existing cluster of development provided all of 6 criteria are met. There is no justification or amplification text in policy CTY2A to define what can constitute a cluster of development. However, the first 3 criteria give an indication of its intended meaning. The first criterion requires that the cluster of development lies outside of a farm and consists of 4 or more buildings, excluding ancillary buildings such as garages, outbuildings and open-sided structures, of which at least 3 are dwellings. The cluster appears as a visual entity in the local landscape and is associated with a focal point such as social community building facility or is located at a crossroads. As interpreted by the PSC, the requirement that cluster appears as a visual entity suggests that the grouping should have a distinct physical expression in the local landscape. Officers of the opinion that the proposal does not meet these criteria. Informing this opinion, officers would contend that the cluster comprises only 3 dwellings, 116 immediately adjacent to the site, 198 on the opposite side of the laneway, and 114 opposite number 116. While there are 3 dwellings, there are not 4 buildings when you exclude ancillary buildings such as garages, outbuildings and open-sided structures. Furthermore, the application is not located at a crossroads. It is noted that criterion 4 states that the identified site provides a suitable degree of enclosure and is bounded on at least 2 sides with other development in the cluster. While officers accept the site has a suitable degree of enclosure and is bounded by 116 and 119, as there is no cluster, we should add this as it fails this criterion 2. Finally, an additional dwelling on this site would alter its existing character contrary to criterion 5 and policy CTY 14 of PPS 21. As regards to all other material considerations, officers are content that the proposed dwelling will not impact upon the amenity of the existing dwellings, given the separation distance and levels. Officers in consultation with DFI roads have no objection to the proposed access and visibility arrangements. Foul sewage will be disposed of to a septic tank located adjacent to the southwestern corner of the site. Northern Ireland Water have been consulted and have offered no objection. The requirement to satisfy other legislation will be included as an informative should members be minded to approve the application. A biodiversity checklist and ecological statement were submitted in support of the application. Officers in consultation with DERA, Natural Environment Division, are content the proposal is unlikely to have an unacceptable adverse impact or damage to priority species or habitat. Therefore, the proposal is compliant with policy NH2 and NH5 of PPS2. Officers have considered the objections as detailed within the report. However, remain of the opinion that proposed development is unacceptable as the proposal is contrary to the SPPS, to policy CTY1, CTY2A, and CTY14 of PPS 21, and therefore it's recommended that this application be refused. Taking you through the PowerPoint presentation, members.
Give IT a few minutes there just to get that up and running. It should be with us shortly.
So there's a location of the site in the general area. There's an aerial view of the proposed site. So the site outlined in red. So immediately to the right of the site is number 116. Immediately to the south of the site is number 198. And immediately to the north or to the southeast of the site is number 114. So officers are taking that is a cluster of development, and we are disregarding the dwellings on the opposite side of the road, 119, 197B, 197A and 195 Greenmore Road. And coming to that opinion, we were out on site, and that's when you're on that laneway, with that to the south, there's a laneway. That to us is the physical distinct pattern of form in relation to this site, and the dwellings on the opposite side of the road are actually in such a position that they don't read with this site as a physical entity and cluster, and that's why we're forming the opinion that there's no cluster. Also, there's a staggered crossroads, as you can see, and for the interpretation of the policy, it's a crossroads, not a staggered crossroads. While there is a laneway to the south, this is a lane, it's not a road in regards to the road order. Next slide, please. So that's just your site location plan that's included within your pack on the report, outline again in red the site. So it's a full application, so full drawings are submitted. So it's a proposed site layout submitted. We have no concern with regards to the actual design of it. It's a chalet type bungalow, landscaping, etc. It is fine. And that just gives you an indication of the dwelling and garage. So it's a traditionally designed chalet bungalow. So this here is a photograph just looking at the site to the front. So to the right there is the laneway, and looking at, so you can sort of see the site in the background. And then this is the site 116 Armagh Road. It's sort of slightly back from there's a field there, but the site is on the right hand side. So that's just looking from the main Greenmore Road and looking, that's 116, which we say does read with it because it's immediately adjacent to the site. And then the site is beside it. And then this is the site again, to the right-hand side. To the left then is the dwellings at Greenmore Road. But we're saying, given the separation distance and the landscape vegetation, we don't think they read with it. It's the dwellings on the laneway, we would say it does read with this site. That just gives an indication of what the screening is like on the Greenmore Road in relation to the site. So they are very well screened. That just gives you, that's the laneway looking in. So the site is off that laneway, and then you can see in the distance number 198, which is actually opposite the site. And when you're actually up at that site and with the site, you can also see 116 and 114. So we're saying that's the discrete physical entity as regards to the built form for the terms of CTY2A. That's just a photograph for within the site. You can see it's very well enclosed, so it would have a good sense of enclosure as required by the policy. That's just looking at that, so that there's a staggered crossroads, Greenmore Road, then you go down to Corn Road. So we're not saying it's not a crossroads, it's actually a staggered crossroads. Just we went to DFI roads to make sure that the road is not adopted. As you can see, that's probably a clearer map. The road in green is opposite the laneway, and the site is set back from the laneway beside 116. So that laneway is not adopted. So for the purposes of the policy, we would say it's not a crossroads there either. And that's just, we had a look at other appeal decisions in relation to staggered crossroads and how the PSC looked at it. So it just says the policy allows only if the development was located at a crossroads, and the Commissioner actually emphasised that. And in that particular one, which lay in the New and Mourne district, it wasn't. It was at a staggered crossroads. So therefore, for the interpretation of that, they didn't consider it to be a crossroads. Thank you, members.
Okay, thanks, Sinead. As is normal practice, we will then move through those who wish to contribute. We have William Irwin, MLA, who wants to make a representation in support of the application. So William, you will have 5 minutes to make your remarks, and there is a time clock up on the screens, and the time will start from the moment you start talking. And once you get the 5 minutes, if this is the case, the clock will stop. But in any event, we'll let you fire on there, William.
And can I thank the Plan Committee for giving me the opportunity to speak this afternoon in support of this application, reference LAO 2021-0869F. Can I say, first of all, that in 2012, under PPS 21, the same policy which still exists today, there was a previous approval on this particular site, reference number 2011-0394, an outline. That was actually approved in 2012. The then case officer report states that the clusters associated with the staggered crossroads. His report goes on to say that the development of the site can be absorbed into the existing cluster. The cluster is associated with a focal point, which is a staggered crossroads located where the Armagh Road meets the Greenmore and Corran roads. Sinead did say that and a commissioner has ruled that staggered crossroads is not classed as a crossroads, but I'm aware, and I'm sure maybe Sinead is aware also, that there have been staggered crossroads clusters approved in the past. I haven't got the applications with me, but maybe the agent, I'm not sure, he's speaking later, has reference to applications that were approved at a staggered crossroads. The original case officer accepted that the application met the cluster policy of a crossroads and stated that there were clearly 4 or more buildings in the cluster at that time. The case officer goes on to say that the proposal complies with the criteria, and in the case officer's opinion, they could not justify refusal reason at any appeal. That was in 2012. In 2020, there was another approval adjacent to the west of the site, reference LAO 2020-0303, an outline, and a reserve matters application LAO 2021-1630 RM, which is now under development. I am of the opinion that those recent approvals are within the existing cluster and indeed add to it. Can I say that I hold the planning officers within the council in highest esteem, but I disagree on this occasion. I believe that the council has not been consistent in dealing with this application, and I would urge the committee to reconsider the council's current position in relation to this, as I feel this application should be approved. I'd add that I think that the planning committee, it would be very useful for the committee to visit the site to get a fuller understanding of this proposal. So I would urge the committee to look closer at this site. I believe it's an injustice given the history, the recent history, and the fact that there's an approval under the exact same policy in 2012. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for your contribution, and you're within your time frame, so thanks for that. We will move on then to Andy Stevens of Matrix Planning, and he's going to make a representation and objection to the application. And Andy, you have 3 minutes to make your contribution, and again, the time clock should be on your Zoom screen. So when you're ready, you can commence.
Can you hear me okay, Chair? Chair, members, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak against this application. Just in regards to Mr. Irwin's deputation, I note that he said at that time, and that's quite critical because things have moved on. So the CTY2A says that dwellings will be granted where they are in accordance with all 6 criteria. And the PAC has consistently stated that the first 3 criteria give an indication of the policy's intended meaning. The normal meaning of a cluster is a bunch or close grouping of buildings. The existing development pattern, as you had heard with the case officer, would not appear as a bunch or a cluster or a visual entity in the local landscape when considered from critical aspects along the public road network. This is due to the physical separation and distance between the buildings, the undulating topography, intervening boundary treatment, and abandoned private laneway. These buildings do not read as one discrete cluster, but rather as an elongated linear pattern or ribbon of development, which is physically and visually discordant from the subject site. The senior officer highlights Plan Appeal 2012A0120, paragraph 10, to support their analysis, which states that the policy only allows for development where it's located at a crossroads. The Collins Dictionary definition of a crossroads is a place where 2 roads meet and cross each other, which clearly is not occurring. In this circumstance, there is no cluster, no focal point, or crossroads which exist at this location. The proposal would further erode the rural character of the area. It would also provide further opportunities for development at this location, resulting in a cumulative impact on suburban style build-up, which is contrary to policy CTY 14. The 10-page officer's report before members is comprehensive and robust. Sinead is an very experienced and highly regarded officer. It engages with all the relevant matters, considers them with balance and against the correct policy context. In this regard, I'd highlight the words of Justice McCloskey in judicial proceedings in Paul McNamara versus Lisburn and Castlereagh City Council, where he states the report of the planning case officer to the council is in every case a matter of critical importance. The applicant does not sought to present any grounds to meet the exceptionality tests of why development is essential at this location. Likewise, there's nothing compelling before committee to set aside 3 reasons for refusal. The council is required to apply regional planning policy consistently and, importantly, have cognizance to the precedent value of PAC decisions, as recently reminded in ABO Wind Limited. In this circumstance, I would strongly urge you as a committee to endorse the officer's recommendation to refuse planning permission, as the applicant has the right to appeal the decision, but the only remedy available for objectors is judicial review. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. At this stage, we will then ask Stephen Hughes of NI Planning Consultants to make a representation in support of the application. And Stephen, you will have 3 minutes also to make your contribution, and that will start from the moment you start your contribution. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This application was previously approved when PPS 21 was a prevailing policy. This policy remains in place today. The policy does not exclude a staggered crossroads as part of the assessment. The existing cluster development, known as Corn Crossroads, is highlighted in online searches and focuses around both a staggered and a conventional crossroads. There's a cluster of development of 9 dwellings, with a further dwelling currently under construction, 5 agricultural buildings in addition to ancillary buildings. The proposal is centred within the existing cluster and result in rounding off of the development. The site is completely surrounded on all sides by existing development. Application reference LAO 8 2017-1066 Columkill Road, Portadown, was approved by the Planning Committee on the 9th of May 2018, where a concrete laneway was accepted as forming part of the crossroads. In our client's case, there's an existing tarmac road at the junction where 3 joins the Greenmore Road, over which our client has right of way and part ownership. This principle has previously been accepted by this planning committee, and this focal point should be treated as an existing crossroads. The case officer report for the original application confirms that the cluster is located at a crossroads, with the cluster associated with the staggered crossroads located where the Armagh Road meets the Greenmore and Corn Roads. This was agreed with senior officers. The report goes on to say that development of the site can be absorbed into the existing cluster through rounding off and consolidation, and will not significantly alter its existing character or visually intrude in the open countryside. The site is located midway along a stretch of road, and the proposed dwelling could be absorbed into the existing cluster. The rural character of this area has been significantly eroded by development pressure of single dwellings, and approval on this site would not significantly alter its existing character and not visually intrude into the open countryside, given this mid-cluster setting, as there is an established development in all directions. Application reference LA01 2016-1370 Clooney Road, Greysteel from the Causeway Coast agrees with the assessment that a staggered crossroads can be considered as a focal point. Since the original approval, there's been a dwelling constructed and another approved west of the site. With the construction underway of the adjacent premises, the site is completely surrounded on all sides by existing development, which includes an agricultural building to the east of the site. The current case officer report states that an access road serving numbers 114 and 116 Armagh Road sits adjacent to the Corn Road junction. This access road is posted T with no through road. This in itself is confirmation that it is indeed a road. The proposed site therefore is located at a focal point at this location and subsequently meets the relevant criteria from policy CTY 2A. It is therefore respectfully requested that the committee members overturn this recommendation and approve this application. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And everyone was within their allotted time, so thank you for that. At this stage, we're going to take questions for members, or you can ask the objectors, the supporters, or the planning officer themselves. So I will open the floor for discussions. Councillor Savage.
Thank you, Chair, and everybody. Thank you for your contributions there on the report. Sinead, I've just an initial question quickly, and you may have mentioned it, but I didn't write it down. Just that PSC decision in relation to the crossroads, could you advise when that was dated?
Sinead, you can.
I think it's on my presentation. I don't have the presentation in front of me. Maybe would you mind bringing up the presentation? Trudy should know. I think she took it. Did you, Trudy? Sorry. Just the one that says appeal decision, sorry. It's not on, is it? Oh, I'll get it here then, sorry. I forwarded to the planning agent, so I should have it in my emails here.
Take your time, Sinead, don't be. It's harder to find things when you're rushing.
2012 is the PSC reference. 2012 A120.
Okay, members, any other questions or queries on this one? Okay. Alderman Anderson.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to the ones who have given us some information on this particular site that's up for refusal. A couple of things that is quite important here is for this clustering. And I picked up on, I think Mr. Irwin stated that there may have been sites passed previously reference staggered crossroads. If that being the case, I would be of interest to find out if and when those were passed by this committee or this council. It was also stated by Mr. Hughes, I think, he had said there was a concrete laneway previously accepted to allow for a crossroads for a focal point. This particular site does have a laneway opposite, which would allow it to be a crossroads if that was the case, although it's not adopted. If a concrete laneway was previously passed, I can't see it being adopted either. So there's a number of points here. Also, I think Mr. Hughes said at the end there was a dwelling under construction. So if these things were all taken into the round, there is a possibility this site could be meeting the criteria that we're looking for. Focal point and number of dwellings and such like. So I think what we have here is a number of questions that we need answers to really make a decision on this. And that refers to previous applications which may have been passed. And that is the case. We have to be seen to be consistent. I am always a member who looks for consistency in all our decisions. I'm sure members will realise that in the past when I come across on these. So I would want to know if what we're being told here today is that exact case. And maybe Mr. Hughes or Mr. Irwin and maybe Sinead could enlighten us with some more information here as to when these were passed. If so, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Alderman Anderson. I suppose we'll maybe give Stephen Hughes then an opportunity to come back and clarify some of those, and then maybe move to Sinead on those points based on the conversation that will follow. Stephen, if you could respond on those points raised by Alderman Anderson.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just in relation to the application on Colmkill Road down at the Loch Shore, it was a case I was actually involved in at the time, and it went to the committee in that there was a concrete laneway ran opposite a junction. And yes, it wasn't an adopted road at the time, and the committee reached the conclusion, and it was approved, that the concrete laneway serving a number of dwellings on that access point did constitute a crossroads at that point. So that was essentially a principle established by this planning committee. And in relation to the application at the Causeway Coast, just 1 second, just get it up on the screen. That was in 2016 that application is being assessed, and it was 2017 that it was being finalised, and it was agreed by that planning committee that a staggered crossroads does actually meet the policy test. But yeah, it was actually, that's what they had said at the time, that they accepted that as a policy test. And it goes back to the point that the policy CTY2A doesn't distinguish between a crossroads or a staggered crossroads. It merely says at a crossroads, so that there is that degree of flexibility within that policy. And it's leading back to the original case officer's assessment back in 2011, when the actual site was assessed by the higher plan officer at the time and the senior officers, to say that it was actually a staggered crossroads and it did fit within the landscape.
It's not bringing me up again. Sinead, if you want to also respond there, thank you.
Yeah, just in relation to, I suppose, working backwards, the Causeway Coast 2016 one, that was a council decision. It wasn't the PSC decision. So we are not duty bound by other council decisions. We would have weight in relation to previous PSC decisions, but not other council area decisions. and I can't find any PSC decision which looked at a staggered crossroads as being a crossroads for the purposes of this policy. In the contrary, I found one that was a staggered crossroads and wasn't accepted by the PSC. And it was May 2013, Councillor Savage was the exact date that was actually taken on. As regard to the other one, Mr. Hughes had mentioned, yes, this did go to Planning Committee. It's LA 08 2017 1066 not, as Mr. Irwin alluded to. It was a site for dwelling and garage, and it was opposite a laneway, but officers' opinion that there are site-specific, the site-specific context of this case is distinguishable from that was previously taken. Notwithstanding the fact that there was no crossroad or focal point, the application site was also physically, this application site is also physically divorced. So this site sits back from it. That previous site sat right at that, opposite that laneway. This one doesn't. It was right at the road boundary. Furthermore, this site is not the same crossroads, and there's no physical function or spatial resemblance of the site. So therefore, we're not duly bound by that decision, and indeed no detailed consideration or analysis of that was given to us to give how this site is indistinguishable from that site that was previously approved. So we think that one previously, while it was opposite laneway, this one is not directly comparable, and we have to look at all cases on its own merits, and we don't think this one ties us to that in regards to consistent decision making. Just as I suppose Alderman had alluded to, was page 3 of your report, you will see the relevant site history, and on that is 2011-394, where there was a previous approval on this site, which was taking place in July 2012. Now, the PPS 21 came out in June 2010, and since that policy has evolved, as PSC decisions has helped us to interpret what is a cluster and what is a focal point, etc. And indeed, that PSC decision comes after that when that decision was taken where staggered crossroads was a crossroads. It then was tested at appeal by another member, and it failed it, so a crossroads. But so we think the policy has since evolved, and we've got further clarification in relation to that. There is a site approved adjacent to 198, which is slightly on the opposite side of the road with this. It's not fully constructed yet. However, that was approved under CTY 8. As for infill, it was not approved as a cluster. In that regard, you'll note in that report that cluster was looked at, and the officer said at that time it wasn't a cluster, but it would make the infill because there's another dwelling at the other side of it, and there was a detached garage. There was 3 buildings. So that reserve matter application was approved as an infill and not as clustering. So we think we are consistently making the right opinions here going forward to council.
Okay, thank you, Sinead. Councillor Nicholson and then Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Thanks everybody for their contributions thus far. And I suppose, Sinead, you sort of answered one of my questions, because I just wanted to sort of clarify, as Mr. Irwin said, the site was previously approved under PPS 21 under the same policy, but obviously you have referred to obviously planning appeals decision since that, which has allowed us to hone that policy. But I suppose in relation to the policy is the guidance, and you know, as I say, so I know you wouldn't say, Sinead, the original planning officer made a mistake in approving that site. So, you know, I'm in a wee bit of a sort of a quandary in my head at the minute in relation to, you know, obviously this has been approved previously and now we're refusing it, and we're citing planning appeals decisions as the route to that. That's obviously up for each member to sort of to assess. I know this area, and I have to say, you know, geographically it's known as a crossroads. And I thought actually my colleague, Councillor McNally, was here because he's obviously in that area as well. He probably could have supported me in that. It is known as, I think was said by Mr. Hughes, that it's known as a crossroads, current crossroads, and I've known it as that pretty much all my life. So again, on a quandary with that one, but I just in relation to that one that was referred to there on the Loch Shore, and you said it wasn't comparable. Sinead, I recall that. I think I was on the committee at that stage, and I just want to get it right in my head. That was for a cluster, but it was a concrete lane opposite, wasn't it? And the site was on the corner, and it was heavily. There was a lot of vegetation, wasn't there? So it was quite, enclosed, if you know what I mean, in relation to that. But was that? I can't remember. Was that brought to the committee as an approval or a refusal? That's the kind of was. Did we overturn it, or did we support the officer's recommendation that day? Just try and get because it's obviously been referred to, and I want to make sure I've got all the facts, and a bit like what sort of, I suppose, there's a number of questions in this, and obviously it's very much to do with the visual entity thing, as well. So can you clarify that for me, Sinead, if that's possible? Thank you.
Sinead, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. I suppose just to start off with, I would just remind that the 2011 application was taken by the DOE. It wasn't taken by any councillor officer, and that maybe it's slightly different as well as regards to it was done by a different organisation. The 2017 application, we initially went with a refusal on it. It then went to site inspection, and actually you weren't involved in the site inspection, but maybe you can recall it from the initial thing. And actually, I think there's only one councillor really. The rest have since gone from the council, but it was slightly different context. It was directly opposite that laneway. The frequency of that was right round. There was a substantial number of buildings in and around it, and because that was directly in the corner of the site, I think that was enough to persuade members that, given the context of this site, right on the corner site, that was it. If you maybe can bring up for me the presentation, just in regards to maybe the roads one, but maybe sits the buildings a bit clearer. I suppose just for context to try to explain. You just keep maybe going to the one where it's explained with the road ones. Yeah, just sorry, back. Sorry. Keep going back. Yeah, that one probably it's better because it just shows the buildings a wee bit better for you. But if you see that our site is obviously immediately left, if the site was to the top of that 116 adjacent to the road and the laneway was opposite, that was sort of like our site in Columkill. So it was slightly different, distinctly different. This one's more physically divorced from that so-called crossroads. The other site, you can see the sort of a pale white one where the yellow is not in the development. That one in the middle is where there is a site approved, and that was approved under Infill, just for context for members to let them know, but it's not built yet, it's not physically on the ground, but that was CTY8. So we do believe it's not directly comparable for us to say that because that decision was taken, all laneways are roadways, because that's not the interpretation of the policy. We've checked with roads to make sure that it wasn't an adopted road, and it's not. And they've given us that map just to help explain that, it's a laneway, it's unadopted, and so it's not a crossroads for the interpretation of the policy, or indeed for what they would say what a crossroad would stand for. So in light of that, we were of the opinion that it's very different than what that previous one was down in Columkill or Columkill Road.
Richard Nicholson, you want back in again? Just someone ahead.
Yeah, look, Sinead, thank you. And I suppose when you look at the roads map, it's clear that, obviously through time, through road safety, they've built the new road, and the laneway was actually the original, continuation of the Corran Road, across, and obviously they've created this staggered junction. But all I'm just saying is put a bit of local geography to the thing. It's known as the Corran Crossroads. No more questions for Stephen Hughes, Chairman, if you allow me. He mentioned something about other buildings in different stages of construction. If you could just clarify what he means by that and where they are in the context of this site, please. Thank you.
Okay, Stephen, if you want to make your contribution on that particular case.
Yes, thank you. There's the field immediately adjacent and to the west of the application site. You see as a large triangular shape. It's under construction at the moment for a dwelling and a garage, and that was approved in the last couple of years. And then just past it, you'll see another dwelling, which is 194. And it's a large 2-story dwelling, which has been constructed since that application as well. So there's now 2 new dwellings passed surrounding our site, essentially. And that leads to the number that we've calculated up as the 9 existing dwellings and 1 under construction, including along with the other agricultural buildings and ancillary buildings. And that takes us then back to Sinead's point about that and the application at the Loch Shore, where she said that it had to be on the junction. That's not actually what the policy says. The policy talks about the cluster being associated with the focal point. It doesn't actually say the site itself. It says the cluster is associated with a focal point, such as social community building or facilities located at a crossroads. So there should be no distinction between those 2 applications. It was accepted that laneway formed part of the crossroads. Our site is bounded on 2 sides by both the staggered and the conventional crossroads. So, like, we're surrounded all around by development. It is essentially a large focal point, and it's going even back to Sinead's photographs, where I think it was 3, 4, and 5, where you can see along the roadside where the other dwellings on the opposite side of the road were discounted, but it's quite clear that the dwellings are there. You can see them in the photographs. You can see their accesses. You can see, like, when you're at that location, it gives the feel of a small hamlet. Never mind just a few houses stuck in the countryside. So it is felt that this area has changed considerably, with, especially since the original application was passed, that there's been further dwellings constructed. I think number 198 has been built in the interim as well since that original application. So there's 3 new dwellings, and they try and discount the opposite buildings on the opposite side of the road because the hedges have grown up a bit since, and even our home sites' mature boundaries have been retained. It kind of takes us away from of how to integrate a dwelling into the landscape.
Okay, Councillor Nicholson, are you happy with that response? Okay, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just like to ask Mr. Hughes, I believe he stated that there was a no-through road sign at the entrance, I believe, is at 116 to 118. That this is the obviously this bit of an entrance is in dispute whether it's a crossroads or not a crossroads. But I just wondered if you could clarify that. If it is, then, you know, is it splitting hairs? What's a road, what's not a road? But if there is a sign there, has that been accepted by road service as an actual road?
Stephen, that's another question.
Yeah, sorry, the access laneway on the junction, it begins as a tarmac road which leads to a number of dwellings, and there is a T marked on it to say there's no through road. The tarmac finishes and it leads then to an access laneway which takes you back out onto the Greenmore Road again, so it links completely around. There's a through road, and it's like a part of our statement there was our client has ownership over part of the laneway and a right of way completely the way through as well. So it is an access laneway on through road.
Councillor Cosby.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wonder, just, I suppose to start I was getting a bit confused, and I'm now kind of thinking through, because it wasn't really clear, because when I looked at particularly the road service map that we do have in the presentation, I very clearly can see a crossroad. It, you know, marked in grey, you know, from the main Armagh Road that passes number 116 and brings you around on the loop, so to speak. It's very clearly marked. It may not be adopted, but it is very clearly identified on this map as being a road. And I wonder, do we have, and I think Mr. Hughes referred to a decision that was made by this committee previously on a concrete laneway, and it was accepted that that was a road. Surely, if that has precedence been set by this committee on a previous occasion, looking at this road, would we not be in similar territory here? I don't want to get into the semantics about staggered crossroads and what is crossroads, what's not. But for me, looking at the road service DFI map, I can clearly see what looks to be an identifiable road, certainly at least to number 100 and whatever, I just can't make it out, 198, at least at that end. So my question is to the planners, do we only take into consideration laneways or roads on all of our applications, regardless of where they have come from or what site they're on, if they're adopted by the road service?
Yeah, and that's a fair point. I will ask Sinead if she wants to respond on that one in terms of the validity of adopted or unadopted routes and our interest in them as a planning department.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Cosby. The road has a meaning in regards to what's in the roads NI order. So that's what we would look at, what is the definition of the road. It's clarified by DFI roads. This is a private way, not a maintained road by DFI roads, and therefore they wouldn't categorise this as a road under the meaning of the roads NI order. And for us, as regards to crossroads, we haven't approved anything that basically where there's a laneway, because that wouldn't be the road. Now I know the council looked at that one at Columcille up at near Macquarie in relation to there was opposite, directly opposite a laneway, and they felt that did serve a function as a road when they went out and had a look at it out on site.
Councillor Cosby, you want back in there? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Sinead. That is helpful that this committee has made a decision on the basis that an unadopted road does serve a purpose as a road, and I would be probably wondering about the. I don't want to get into realms of putting a position down, so I'm trying to be careful with my words, if you forgive me. But I think, are we now moving to that kind of territory where we may need to get out to have a look at this to see that for ourselves? But in relation to the amenity, and I think reference was made to this looking more like a suburban development in this area. I suppose my question is, why are we now bringing that to the fore, looking at more suburban now under this policy, and maybe it wasn't considered, or in terms of the infill that maybe was done in close proximity to this site? Because I think around this area there's maybe 2 properties under construction, and so I don't know why 2 properties ago or 3 properties ago we weren't maybe talking about suburban developments, things like that, and why this one then tips us over a threshold, or does it?
Okay, are those more observations, Councillor Power? Or do you want Sinead to? Yep, Sinead, if you want to respond.
Yeah, no, Councillor Cosby, they are very good questions, and basically where a development meets the principle of a development. So for that one, it met the principle of CTY 8 infill. We as officers normally put determined weight there, and therefore that overrides other impact with regards to impact and rural character. So for example, if we thought this was a principle of development, was acceptable under CTY 2A, we would probably be saying to you, maybe you should put determined weight there, and then that would offset the fact that it doesn't meet with CTY 14 or CTY 13. So it's where you put your determined weight. If the principle of development is acceptable, normally that would have sufficient weight to outweigh the other concern as regards to CTY 14 or 13 in that regard, and that was a position taken as regards to the infill ones. So.
Councillor Cos, before we move on from that, are you content with your answers? Okay. Councillor Lavery, then Councillor Tolman.
Thank you, Chair. It's just a question from Sinead in terms of the decision-making timeline of this Colm Kill application, which keeps getting referenced. Was it the case that it was presented for refusal to committee? Councillors went out, had a site visit. Was then the recommendation of refusal still placed to committee after that site visit, and elected members went and decided to overturn it? Is that the case? Sinead's given me a nod, so that is the case. Is it your view that that still should have been refused on that occasion? Because we talk about consistency. I don't feel compelled to consistently make bad decisions. If that was maybe a bad decision, treat each application on their own merits. Maybe that's a question for Sinead, at least on the background anyway.
Thank you. Councillor Lavery, Sinead, your response to that?
No, I suppose just concur that yes, it was recommend refusal. It then was out for site. We still went back. We, thought that our opinion was the same. But members, once they went out on site and physically saw the site, had a look around it. It is very much a visual assessment, CTY2A, don't get me wrong. And then they come back and they revised the opinion. And every case is judged on its own merits. What I am saying to you now, I think as a case officer, this particular site is, and it's not the same. It can't be compared with this, given the fact that there are differences as regards to the physical nature of that site in regard to this site. But that is the opinion that we at Richhill officers regard. We think this one is slightly different in relation to the makeup, the physical setup of it, where it's set in relation to the laneway, the development around it. We thought this one is different, so it's different than what previously was approved there.
Okay, Councillor, are you happy enough with that? Okay, Councillor Tolman.
Thanks, Chair. Just a question for Sinead. Why was the other dwellings on the other side of the road, the Grainmore Road, not considered as part of the cluster, considering the application itself is not going to be served by the private lane? I see the access to it is going to be from the Grainmore Road. So why was the other dwellings not considered? Thanks.
Okay, Sinead, thank you.
Yeah, I suppose it's important to note that they were considered. We did look at them, but it's very much a visual assessment on the ground. And we were out on the ground. We thought that them particular dwellings couldn't be visually associated with the dwellings on the opposite side of the roadway and indeed the opposite side of the laneway then. And given that, those three criteria, I suppose at the start of CTY2A, us as officers, when we were out on the ground, we didn't think they visually associated with this particular thing. So they were taken into account. It's just we didn't think that those were visually associated with that to form a cluster. And that is very much a visual assessment on the ground to take, as officers or members or whoever.
Okay, happy enough with that, Councillor Tolman? Yeah. William, you had indicated you wish to interject. If you could hold on, I just put your mic on here 1 second.
Okay now? Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think Sinead did say that the previous case officer and those who made the decision were not council officers at that stage, or department officers, and that's correct, of course. But given my experience of planners, the case officer wouldn't have made that decision on his own. It would have been made with a group and been made with senior planners. Does Sinead dismiss the fact that they approved this site in the past and under the same policy?
Okay, Sinead, do you want to respond to that one?
All I can say is that things have evolved since that, and we have other, new information regarding, you see it here all the time as regards to PSC decisions, their interpretation of the policy, and that influences our decisions over time. And things do evolve and things do come on. At that particular time, the policy was very much its infancy at that time. We're now, talking, considerable amount of time and considerable amount of PSCs intervening. I can't find any that was looking at staggered crossroads, and I can't find any PSC decisions where they looked at a laneway as regards to a road either. Because if there was, that would be come forward, we would bring those forward. And so in light of that, we have looked at and because the plan of permission is now lapsed, it's not a fallback decision for them. So therefore, we haven't put any weight in relation to that previous history on the site.
Okay. Thanks, Sinead. I've been reminded there that for those in the lobbies wishing to contribute, have to have a question asked to you. So I've had my knuckles wrapped on my introduction to that again. So in the interest of fairness, then I see Andy has his hand up. So I'll ask Andy Stevens if he wants to make a comment, just in the interest of fairness, seeing as I've given William his opportunity. So and then there'll be no more of those types of opportunities. Andy, are you okay there? Can you hear us in the...
Sorry, Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
That's great. Sorry about that. I'm just, I'm on the move here. So thank you for allowing me back in. There's just 2 points I wish to make. Firstly, in regards to the historic circumstances of the previous approval. Obviously, that was a central government decision, as you've heard. You as a committee are not obligated or fettered by that decision, and you have to consider all of the information before you, including our objections and including, very importantly, the precedent value of the PAC decisions that both Sinead and myself have placed there. The interpretation has moved on, and those decisions, much like legal decisions, clarify the interpretation of the policy, and you're obligated to consider that. So every planning application is time bound, as that's the first condition on any planning approval, and the reason for that is that it can't go on without expiry. That's to take account of changing interpretations, policy and guidance. The applicant didn't avail of the permission at the time. It's now expired. To go back to it is quite frankly a misnomer, because it's gone and the circumstances have moved on. The second point is in regards to the case that Mr. Hughes and Mr. Owen keep going back to. As Sinead has rightly pointed out, she has distinguished that case very, very clearly as to why it's different to the circumstances of this case, and she's done that very succinctly. Mr. Hughes put in this application the 4th of June 2021, and with precious little information on behalf of the applicant. He had his opportunity to set his stall out and to indicate how that decision sat on all fours, and he didn't take it. It's now being used today and kicked around, and indeed the map very clearly shows that it's physically distinguishable from the circumstances of this case. So it's not a case of inconsistent decision. There is a requirement of the committee to take decisions consistently, and in my opinion, the case officer has got it correct. The circumstance, it doesn't sit physically 90 metres away from the junction, and that's one of the distinguishing factors.
Okay, thanks, Andy. Have we any other contributions from members? I don't see any lights on, so that being the case, we'll move into the debate phase. Councillor Savage.
Thank you, Chair. It's been interesting so far. I think in terms of the committee, we've been focused on criteria 3 of the policy about this, the crossroads and whether it's a crossroads or not. And Councillor Cosby alluded to it, and like himself, I'm not going to prejudge anything, but the second criteria requires that it's a visual entity in the local landscape. And I don't think we can see that from these pictures clearly or not. We did go on a site visit last year with a similar case, and it did clarify it for me. So, you know, that's just want to say at this stage that we're maybe focusing on what's a crossroad and what's not, when Sinead's report focuses on 4 different criteria within it, and the second one I think is just as important, and I think we'd maybe need to get some clarity in and around that. So we'd just be interested in other members' thoughts on that, Chair. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Savage. Councillor Nicholson and then Councillor Tolman.
Yeah, thanks, Chairman. And a bit like Councillor Savage, Vice Chair, I think Sinead said herself, this is a visual assessment, and it's very difficult to visually assess this. I think, you know, again, not preempting anything in the committee, but again, it's a visual assessment. I think it's something maybe needs to be viewed, and also this question about number of buildings as well. You know, that's sort of in the back of my head as well. I think a lot of that could be clarified. And I think, you know, I suppose you talk about consistency, you know, we've been consistent in these type of things. You know, when we've got doubts, we go out and see it. So I think this is something that would be, in my opinion, only my opinion, I think it'd be useful. So that's where I am, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Councillor Tolman.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think we've given this good discussion. I think we're all probably still scratching our heads at some of the answers to the questions. And as Councillor Nicholson said, it is a visual assessment, and the officers have made their recommendation today on that basis. So I would be swaying towards to go out to a site visit at this stage. I certainly don't feel comfortable making a decision at this stage, other than going out and see it myself.
Thank you, Councillor Tolman. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just concur with our fellow committee members' opinions there. I think to avail ourselves of all the relevant information and how this site looks physically, I think a site meeting will be very helpful to inform or make an informed decision on this matter. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I don't see any other lights on, so we'll move into the decision phase, members. So I'm in your hands. Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, thanks, Chairman. I don't think it's going to be a shock. Again, for the reasons outlined previously, it is a visual assessment, and a lot of it sort of just is determined by the visual assessment of the site. And I think to be consistent with the previous one that's been referred to numerous times on this committee, I think I propose we go out and have a look at this one, have a site visit, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I would second that proposal by Councillor Nicholson that we make a site visit. Thank you.
Okay, members have no other lights on or other proposals. So on that basis, we will ask our Democratic Services to organise site visit, and we'll reconvene on the application at a later date. Thank you. That concludes Appendix 4. Okay, members, we'll move on then to Appendix 9. I know it's a bit out of order, but that's just what we're dealing with. So Sinead, again, you are presenting on this application. Sorry. Sorry, yeah, as Damien said, we're taking the ones that have speakers on them first, so as we're not detaining them for an overly lengthy period. So that's why we're moving into Appendix 9.
Thank you, Chair. The applications for the provision of 4 number of new pitches, replacing an existing pitch, sports changing pavilion with multi-purpose hall, gym building, maintenance building, spectator stand and terraces, keep nets, ball wall, training structure, sport bubble, floodlighting, car and coach parking, landscaping, footpath crossing, and upgrade of link to existing footpath at Icebrook, and alteration to access and all associated site works. And the reason is before the Planning and Regulatory Service Committee is because it's a major application. Officers taken that members have read the report in full, so this will be a synopsis only. The northern portion of the site and access location is within the settlement limit on land zone for housing phase 2, with the remainder of the land within the rural area as defined within the Craigavon area plan. An internal review of housing land was undertaken by the DOE, which concluded that there were sufficient remaining lands within the settlement limits to accommodate housing growth and meet future housing needs. Phase 2 lands have not been released in part or full. As such, any applications located within Phase 2 lands should be considered under PPS 21, which were formerly Greenbelt policies, should not prejudice comprehensive development and should meet all other relevant planning policies. Officers are of the opinion the proposal meets the definition of an intensive sports facility, and policy OS4 of PPS 8 states that the development of intensive sports facilities will only be permitted where these are located within settlement limits, and an exception will be permitted where there is no alternative site within the settlement limit which can accommodate the development. The exceptions are the proposed development site is located close to the edge of the settlement limit and can be clearly identified as being visually associated with the settlement limit. There's no adverse impact on the setting of the settlement limit, and the scale of the developments in keeping with the size of the settlement limit. As set out in detail within the report, officers satisfied the exception policy subtests are met. In addition, the 5 number of additional policy subtest criteria are also met. In addition, by reason of the nature of the development, playing fields, and the limited amount of built form, landscaping proposed, and separation distances, including critical views, officers are of the opinion the proposal will not be out of keeping with the rural area or mar the distinction between the settlement limit and the surrounding countryside. A noise impact assessment and outward sound level impact was submitted with the application, and officers in consultation with our Environmental Health Department are content that no unacceptable impact on amenity will occur. The pedestrian and vehicle access to the proposed development is achieved via the existing access to St. Malachy's Hurling Club off the Moy Road. It will be upgraded and improved to facilitate the proposed development. The proposed access arrangement will include 10 metres radii on both sides, along with a 2 metre wide footpath on either side of this radii. There will also be a new footpath connection across towards number 17 Moy Road on the opposite side of the road, an upgrade of the existing footpath linked to 2 metres in width to the residential development at Icebrook. The TAF sets out the maximum worst case scenario, which according to the parking standards would lead to 215 required parking spaces. There are 403 parking spaces provided, and such there is sufficient car parking provided to meet such parking demand. To safeguard the route of the disused rail bed, which traverses the northern part of the site, the proposed layout provides 1 number, the proposed pitch number 1, an area of surface level car parking, and the ball wall at this part of the railway route, and no buildings are located within this area. Officers consulted with Transport Holdings and they have no objections. The site lies adjacent to the planned Selshin Bog, Slinky. Officers in consultation with DERA, National Environment Division, are content that the proposed development will not have significant adverse impact on this designation. A preliminary ecology appraisal has been undertaken to identify any protected species and to ensure appropriate mitigation measures are provided where necessary. In respect of newts, several ditches were identified as providing ideal breeding pond habitat for newts, and the woods and wetlands of Selshin Bog provide ideal habitat for these newts. A smooth newt impact assessment and mitigation plan has been submitted. The mitigation plan sets out details for the translocation of these smooth newt population to a newly established pond area via exclusive fencing and netting techniques, which has to be done under licence from NIEA. Officers in consultation with DERA NED have no objection to these proposals and have actually stated they welcome the inclusion of the habitat area. A drainage assessment was submitted in support of the application that concludes drainage measures are to be put in place to the attenuation of stormwater system, to discharge into the stormwater supply, and a Rivers Agency have no objections. NI Water have confirmed that there is available capacity at the receiving wastewater treatment works. One objection in relation to land ownership issues was submitted, and this was subsequently dealt with through the planning application. There are also 30 letters of support. Officers of the opinion that post-development complies with the area plan, the SPPS, and all other relevant planning policies. On this basis and subject to the conditions attached, it is recommended that planning permission be granted. Taking you through the PowerPoint presentation. It just shows location of the general area, so it's north of Lurgan within the borough, or sorry, Portadown. That just shows an aerial view of the site, so you can sort of see one of the existing pitches in use for the hurling club. And that shows the site location plan. That shows a layout picture. You can see there's 4 pitches, with the pitches to the southeast going to be this new bubble farm where you can train indoors. And then the central area is the gym building and meeting rooms, etc., with 2 separate parking area. One's going to be fully tarmacked and the other's going to be gravelled. So that just shows the elevation treatment of the meeting and changing room building. So they're sort of low elevation in keeping with the built form around the area. And that's the bubble dome containing 3 of the pitches, which means you can train indoors. That's the maintenance and equipment store for all the equipment that'll be used for different training teams. That's the thing of the ball walls. It's simply a wall where you can one lay ball and then the spectator terrace there to the north. Just a view of the site from the site entrance down. So it's an existing entrance is going to be upgraded there off the Moy Road to 10 metres radii, both locations or both sides. And there's the site just from the Moy Road coming the opposite direction. That's just an order's impression. We asked for a visual assessment to be done on this, given the fact that it's an intensive sports facility. So that just shows the incorporated effect in relation to it. And you can see just in front of you in the distance, the gym building and meeting rooms just within the middle of the site. And then there's the Cullen Tra Road over. You can look at the other side. You can see the distance it'll be. You can see the floodlights. That just shows a view of the site in relation to the Shelton Bogs, which is immediately adjacent to it, and the Shelton Bogs here to the south of the site. And that just shows the habitat creation areas. That red area going through the middle is that, I suppose, open water ditch where the newts, potential habitat for newts were there. So they're going to be translocated into the areas blue, which is going to be a new habitat area and fenced off from the rest of the site. That's going to be done in such a way that the newts then can use that particular area. And then the rest of the area is obviously the Shelton Bog, which is no development within it. Thank you, members.
Okay, thank you, Sinead. And we have representation here from Michael Graham, who is the director of Tetra Tech, and he is going to make a representation as the agent in support of the application. So, Michael, you're very welcome to the meeting. You'll have 3 minutes to make your representations, and they'll start as soon as you commence. Thank you.
Excuse me. Chair, members of the Planning Committee, thank you for affording us the opportunity to address you. I'm Michael Graham from Tetra Tech. I represent Armagh Gaelic Athletic Association and we're agent. I'm joined today by Mr. Peter Murphy of Armagh GAA and the project architect, Mr. McCrainer of McCrainer Company Architects. We're very pleased that Council's Planning Department has recommended approval of this full planning application. I'd like to thank the officers for their efforts in progressing it to a positive recommendation. Regarding the principle of development, the site is partially within the settlement development of Portadown, that's delineated in the Craigavon area plan, identified as phase 2 housing land to the northern end, open countryside to the southern end. The area plan does not prevent phase 2 housing lands being developed for other uses, so long as the land use proposed is in accordance with policies of the countryside and doesn't compromise comprehensive development. The principle of intensive sporting facilities in the open countryside is permissible under PPS 8. It is also notable this proposed development is located on and encompasses replacement and extension to the existing St Malachy's Hurling Club. It doesn't compromise comprehensive development on the remaining parts of the Phase 2 lands. Land is therefore not alien to this, land use, sorry, is not alien to this locality and is entirely appropriate. Obviously, that's confirmed in the planning officer's report. Key elements, it's a new fit for purpose county training facility for Armagh GAA, which will meet the shortcomings of its current operational needs, significant financial investment, and in locational terms, Armagh GAA's new county training facility must be in the northern part of the county. Must be located at a site that already has an existing club. It must result in the benefit to the existing Gaelic club itself, its wider club members and the associated local community, so that it avoids duplication of resources, investment monies, and keeps maintenance costs and facilities lower. And it's important that it is anchored at a local Gaelic club. That way it's growing an established supported base, and obviously it will provide a new club facility for St Malachy's as well. I needn't go over the details of everything that's in the thing. The application, but other benefits from it with the pedestrian vehicular access will be upgraded to the St Malachy's Hurling Club, and we will put new footpath connections in to across the other side of the Moy Road to ensure better connections into Portadown and improve pedestrian safety. There are no residential amenity impacts upon neighbouring residential properties, and in terms of investment, it's between 6 million and 6.5 million. It'll end up in 7 or 8 full-time jobs, groundskeepers, maintenance, permanent coaches, manager, etc. It meets all the policies of the Craigavon area plan, acceptable in land use terms, and it meets all other planning policies. And we take this opportunity to thank the committee for the opportunity to speak, and we trust that members agree that planning permission ought to be granted, and both Peter, Paul and myself would be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Michael, for your contribution. You're within time as well, so thanks for that. I should also say in attendance also is Peter Murphy and Paul McCrainer, who also have speaking rights should you wish to ask them any questions. At this stage, we'll open up for questions, members, if we have any, to either the proposers or to the planning officers. Councillor Cosby.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to those that presented to us. I know there was maybe some early discussions in relation to an access for right of way on the site, and I just want a bit of clarity as to whether that has been considered in terms of either being protected or what decision has been made around the right of way on the site. But the second question, just in relation to the spectator stand, and I know you'll have done a full assessment on this and had all of this detail, but I suppose my query is just in the number of spectators that the stand could hold at any one time, and if that was to be used and full at a particular time with all of the pitches running at the same time, and potentially then also, worst case scenario, the sports hall and the other. I suppose, how many people could the site then accommodate and hold? Because I note that the parking standards only requires 215 places, but I think that's 1 to 3. Sinead, is that correct? And that would imply then that the maximum capacity on the site would be 615 people, accepting then that there will also be coaches potentially on site as well. So I'm interested to know around the maximum capacity on the site, if I could, and if somebody could just make reference to the right of way, please. Thank you.
Okay, Sinead, do you feel you can address those points? Yeah, thank you.
Is the right of way in relation to the objection that was received in regards to land ownership? Yeah. Basically, as required by the application, the P1C or the application form certificate C was amended to include the gentleman in question. So therefore, notice was served on them. So as regards to our planning officer's assessment of their statutory, they filled out their statutory obligations in that regard. Obviously, planning permission goes to land, it goes not to certain persons. So not, we are content that they've applied due process. In relation to a worst case scenario, we asked them to undertake an assessment if all the pitches were in use, the gym was in use, think of how many people could have physically get and given the squad numbers and that as produced. So it'd be 385 people, worst case scenario, could be on this site. Now, the applicant has said to us that will never be the case because they wouldn't. That's not how they work in relation to these training practice, but notwithstanding that, we have also attached a condition to say if there's ever anywhere 400 people at this site, we would have to have a plan in place to see how they're going to be accommodated. So to ensure that was never breached, condition 13 there, we'll have to set out a facility management plan of how they would accommodate more than 400 people. So they're saying the worst case scenario, 385. We're saying, well, it's ever over 400, let us know because there'll have to be a facility management plan in place to accommodate additional vehicles at that time. And that's, I think, related to 13 and 14. But based on the numbers with regards to these training squads, that 385 persons would be worst case scenario.
Okay. Councillor Cosby, you want?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just in relation to, obviously the land is zoned and somewhat for housing and things like that. And obviously the zoning of that does not preclude the development of a facility like this. But it's not explicitly zoned for something like this. So I'm assuming then we're taking that the principle of development, Sinead, is acceptable and won't be impacted by an ongoing legal case with SRC in terms of principle of development and the legal challenges mounted there. Is this a similar case or would that not apply here at all?
Okay, Sinead, if you want to answer that, but just give due regard to the ongoing SRC case and maybe not refer directly to it in your remarks. Thanks.
Yeah, no, it's not directly comparable. The language is totally different as regards to the policy. Basically, they say that, you know, that the land, if it meets countryside, but it actually refers to green belt policies, but countryside policies, if it can meet them, but then it'll be okay in these phase 2 lands. And we're accessing this under OS4, which is intensive sports facilities in the countryside. And because it meets with that criteria, it meets with countryside policies, CTY1 there as well. And in that regard, no, there's no direct comparison as regards to other zonings in the Craigavon area plan.
Okay, thanks, Sinead. Councillor Cosby. Councillor Nicholson and then Councillor McAlinden.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman, and thank everybody for their information and their so far. Sinead, as usually with you, Sinead, it's a very detailed and report, and it's very hard to find a question, but I've got a few here which I would just like sort of you to answer. The boundary treatment and security of the site, obviously being its location where it is, you know, on the edge of the development limit or part of the development limit, I would just clarify that. I see there's obviously retaining existing landscape trees, etc., which is obviously to be welcomed. The restricted hours of operational and lighting, can you give me a bit of rationale to that in relation to that? And clarification, you know, obviously in relation to the car parking, I welcome the fact there's a lot more than that's what would be required in the standards. But can you confirm is a coach parking allowed for within the development? Because I don't see it, but I'm sure it probably is. Because obviously in the nature of these, this is a centre of excellence. There's going to be people coming in from teams from all over. And just I suppose it's maybe a question for the actual gentleman here from the GAA is basically, will there be competitive matches at this facility? Because obviously living in Armagh, I know all about car parking when there's a competitive match in Armagh City. So, you know, you may see 400 spaces, but I can tell you now it's not enough. And where this is in the rural countryside, you know, I could see if there was a large competitive match, you could have potentially, you know, cars parked up along a country road and things. So those are the sort of questions I have, Sinead, but as I said, I did struggle to find them. So thanks for your detailed report.
Okay, thanks, Sinead. If you want to move on with the coach parking, and then we'll ask the agent to come in on the issue of competitive matches. So we'll start with you, Sinead. Thank you.
Yeah, entirely enclosed in the site, there's a 2.4 metre palladian fence, and also is landscaping as well. And to the south east, there's also a landscape buffer provided. So there's landscape buffer there as well, as opposed to screen the fencing as well. As regards to the lighting, yes, it's just because of the size and scale of the lighting, 18 to 20 metres. It's normal practice for us to say after 10 o'clock in the evening, those don't be used, because while they're not in close proximity to residential properties, there are residential properties available, and so that's normal practice for us to have those type of restrictions on it, so they're not working, or there's not to use this through the night, and that is in line with the applicant's wishes in any case. And the application has proposed 403 car parking spaces. There is 5 coach parking spaces there as well, and indeed there's 24 number of cycle stands there for people locally that may want to cycle to the facility rather than drive, especially the younger ones, to cycle rather than to drive. So that is well in excess of parameters of that is, so there's an overspill area for car parking as well. And regards to, I know that the major events will still take place, as far as I understand, given the statement in the athletic grounds, but I'll let the Mr. Murphy, I suppose, from the GA maybe to clarify that for yourself, Councillor.
Okay, Peter, if you're available there, close to a mic, if you want to give us your thoughts on the competitive matches issue. Thank you. Yeah, if you can, yeah, thank you.
It is solely a travel facility for Armagh teams and academy.
If you missed the first bit of that, Chair, there's no competitive matches, county matches envisaged to be played here. And obviously we built in the car parking analysis, it's in the case officer's report, had built in provisions for spectators as well. And it's just general comments there about the hours of operation, etc. The 10 p.m. cutoff, all of those conditions that are proposed in the events plan and the facilities management plan, all those conditions are acceptable to Armagh GAA. So hopefully that clarifies matters.
Okay, thank you. Happy enough, Sam? Yeah, okay. Councillor McAlinden.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Sinead, Michael, Paul, and Peter for a very extensive and detailed report. In relation to facilities, Sinead, is there adequate provision for people with disabilities? Thank you.
Okay, Sinead, thank you.
Just getting the exact figures. Yeah, basically, the proposal is, and the buildings and structures are DDA compliant. As regards to it, there's 14 number of disabled car parking spaces. This would exceed the 4% of the normal car parking provision required, i.e. 7 is normally required, but there's actually double that, there's 14, and they're in close proximity to the buildings on site. There's level surface parking or level surface walkways throughout the site. They're proposed to upgrade the public footpath and footpath links, which would also be DDA compliant. So the scheme has been proposed, taking account of needs of people with disabilities.
Okay, thank you, Sinead. Content? Okay, Alderman Anderson.
Thank you, Chairman. Just going back, maybe to Peter to address this one. It's in relation to the upgrade at the entrance. It's photograph 1 there, I think. For the entrance to the site, you'll note from that photograph that one side of the road has like an anti-skid surface on it. It does have a history, there's a bend there, and it does have a history of accidents. I know this would be a roads issue, but what would concern me, I think the speed limit around that bend or at that place is 40 miles an hour. It may be something that would need to be reduced. I would have concerns that the number of pedestrians and for their safety. I know we're going to have 2 metre wide pavements and such like. I wouldn't like to think that we've discussed the on-site parking arrangements, but would there be any reason for maybe some people to abandon their cars in those pavements as such? I think maybe roads would need to look more carefully at this, extend that speed limit out to make it 30 miles an hour, and to ensure that the parking outside the facility on pavements and things doesn't happen. Really in the interest of pedestrian safety and cyclists and what like. That's just a comment I'd have on the actual entrance. And maybe Peter could explain that to me some more explanation on. Thank you.
Okay, maybe Michael, maybe best place.
Yeah, want us to come back, Chair?
Yep, please, if you will. Yeah.
Yep. In terms of the access is going to be considerably upgraded. The 10 metre radii, new footpaths, and there is no pedestrian crossing point at the minute on the Moy Road, and we will be providing a new pedestrian crossing. That's part of the proposal, and obviously it drastically improves the access. And road service are content with those proposed roads amendments. It's not within our gift to change the speed limit there, but obviously it's to the full design parameters, to the requirements of DFI roads. Does that answer your question? Or Paul, do you want
to? In addition to that, just the other thing is the footpath also extends to the bus stop, which it doesn't at the moment. So in both directions, there's an upgrade in pedestrian linkages to the entrance, which itself is upgraded. And the entire road from the Moy Road up to the gates of the club is also widened and upgraded along its entire length for pedestrians and vehicles. I hope that helps.
6 metres.
Yeah, thank you. Alderman Anderson, you wish to come back in?
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for those explanations. Yes, it certainly is good to hear that there is an extensive upgrade going on this location regarding the traffic and the pedestrians. So, yes, I know it's, as Peter said there, that's down to the road service, but maybe further down the line or whatever, the speed limits there, we need to focus on safety of everyone that's using this facility. And I take on board what you have said in relation to the upgrade. So hopefully everything is in place. The other thing I mentioned was maybe the parking of cars outside on the road on those pavements. Is that a possibility or is that not a possibility? Thank you.
You want us to come back
again? Yeah. Suppose, Michael, if you want to reply to that one as well.
Peter just said there to me, it's not a possibility. We obviously have the car parking, the formal car parking, the 2 areas of gravel, the considerable upgrade obviously to the access arrangements, and then, as Sinead pointed out earlier, conditions about event management, etc. So that we, as part of the conditions, so management plan, event management plan like that. So all the car parking will be managed. Should there ever be an event or whatever on at the facility, all of the car parking is managed, and that has to be agreed with council in writing before it becomes operational. So there shouldn't be any parking at all on the Moy Road.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments, members? We'll move into the debate stage. Okay, we'll move into the debate stage then. Councillor Michael Linden.
Thank you, Chair. And just more comment I want to make in relation to this application, Chair. I just want to put on record my thanks to the Armagh County Board and the Development Committee in bringing this application forward. This facility, when completed, will hopefully transform Gaelic games within the borough and further afield. The development will benefit the local community of Portadown and will provide state-of-the-art training facilities which will facilitate healthy living projects for the local population. Further, the GA has demonstrated its commitment to improving local sporting culture by choosing this site for its flagship development in County Armagh, and the locality will be associated with sporting excellence as a result for years to come. Finally, Smallaghy's Hurling Club will prosper as a result of this development, providing much needed outlet for youth sport in the area and throughout the Armagh, Banbridge and Craigavon region. So thank you, Chair.
Okay, Councillor Tolman and then Councillor Duffy.
Thanks, Chair. I think a lot of the questions today has been really around the access and the movement and parking of the application, and it's a credit to the applicant and the agent to put forward this proposal. This proposal itself, it will adequately, it will service all of its users, that will use this proposal. I have to be mindful that this proposal is only for the county, the academy teams, and for the local GA club in Smallaghy's. So this is an important local project. It is something that the community can all get behind. It is a critical boost to the county, to the local area, with an investment of the 6.5 million, and it will sustain 8 full-time jobs. It already has been endorsed by all the Armagh GA clubs, and with the approval of this planning committee today, I will give Armagh GA a home here in this council area in Portadown. Thank you.
Councillor Duffy.
Thank you, Chair. I would just like to go on record to thank Sinead and the Plan Committee for working with Armagh GA on bringing this proposal forward. Fantastic, very detailed report, very well written, and I really look forward to seeing this progress. And Councillor Anderson was right, about the access in and out. There has been a few accidents in that area, and I've dealt with a few myself with road service. And with this here taking place, we'll probably do away with any further accidents in that area. So thank you.
Okay, Councillor Lavery.
Thank you, Chair. I have no speech or anything. I just want to give my views on it. I would have been inclined to accept the recommendation. I think it is a good, strong application. Particularly impressed by, as has been mentioned by others, the pedestrian access, the encouragement of active travel use with the cycle stands. Obviously, I think more active travel measures need to be in that area, and Gavahi Road and other places, to make sure there are safe cycle routes throughout Portadown the Borough, but that's maybe for a different day. I also would like to point out the good work in terms of the habitat management plan, and taking care of those newts who are going to be slightly moved from their homes, but be given sort of new and improved homes, so to speak, within the fenced off region. So overall, I think it's a very strong application, which I think will have long-term benefit for all the users of the site, and indeed any locals who may wish to use it also. So as I'd be inclined to think that the recommendation for approval is the correct one here today.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nicholson.
Yep, thank you, Chairman, and thanks everybody for their parts tonight in the committee so far. No, I agree with Councillor Abbey. It is a very strong application from a planning perspective. Again, as I said, Sinead's report, as usual, detailed to an nth degree. Very hard to find a question. The scheme's well worked out. Everything's been taken into account, as has been said: sustainable travel, habitat plans, traffic, car parking. We did give it a good shake question-wise, Chairman. So, look, I'm jealous as chairman of a local football club. It's unreal, have a facility like that, and very jealous. And as I say, clearly there's a few pounds left in the GAA yet. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Savage. Then.
Thank you, Chair. And Councillor Nicholson, if you ever speak to my treasurer of my club, he'll tell you a different story. Look, I just want to comment on the strength of the report Sinead produced. It's a very good report, like all Sinead's reports, and also with a good discussion about the road safety measures. And I think all the issues were addressed. And I think it's something that as a council we can look forward to and welcome in this borough. So I just wanted to make that comment, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, members, no other lights on. We'll move into decision phase. So, Councillor Duffy.
Is happy to propose a decision, Chair.
Yeah, and then Councillor McAlinden.
Thank you, Chair, and yes, happy to second it. And I'm sure, Councillor Nicholson, I'm sure County Board will no qualms in inviting Councillor Nicholson along to view the facilities. Thank you.
Okay, members, no other proposal. So that concludes Appendix 9. And thanks to all the contributors there. You're now free to go and enjoy your tea. We won't enjoy our tea just yet. We'll do another application probably before we have a break, and we'll move on to Appendix 10. Let's wake my iPad up here. Okay, and this one is being taken by Trudy Chapman. We have a number of speakers on this one as well. So we'll ask Trudy then if she wants to give us her presentation when she's ready.
Thank you, Chair. This application seeks outline planning permission for an infill dwelling on Ballyknock Road, Tandragee. The application is before you this evening as 4 objections have been received from 4 separate postal addresses. Members are advised that since the publication of the papers for this meeting, a further 3 representations have been submitted by the objectors. The points raised in these representations have been fully considered by officers, and an addendum to the planning report considering these points have been circulated. Officers consider the proposed site as a gap within a substantial and continuously built up frontage, which consists of 4 buildings, namely 9, 11, 15 Ballyknock Road and the detached garage associated with number 15. Officers are also of the opinion that the gap is small in that it could accommodate no more than 2 dwellings as per the policy requirements. In this case, officers are of the opinion that a single modest dwelling could be provided on this site, which would reflect the plot frontages of the other dwellings in the frontage. Members are advised that the objections were received in relation to the proposal, which have been fully considered in the report circulated and the addendum. The main points raised can be summarised as how the application was completed and land ownership issues. In response to these objections, the applicant amended the application form and served notice on the occupier of number 15 Ballyknock Road. Officers are satisfied that no party has been prejudiced by the continued processing of the application and that any remaining ownership dispute is a civil matter. Members are also advised that the potential positive determination of this application will not confer title. Members are advised that the officers are of the opinion that the proposal meets the relevant policy tests subject to the conditions outlined in the report. All consultation responses were favourable, and on this basis, officers recommend the planning permission be granted. And I'll just take you through the PowerPoint. So this is our site's location just to the west of Tandragee. That's our site location plan. That's an aerial photograph of the site within the wider area. So you can see it's literally just to the west of Tandragee. Next slide, please. And that's our application site. This photograph was taken on the Ballyknock Road looking south towards number 15. You can see number 15's garage, number 15, and then number 11 just behind that. Next slide, please. So this is taken from the front of 15, so you can clearly see there the garage and number 15 itself with the site just to the right. Next slide, please. So this is a panorama that's taken, so it's not got that bend in real life, but we've got number 15 on the left and number 11 on the right. And then you can just see the garden area of number 15 just to the right of the photograph. Next slide, please. So this then is taken from showing the frontage of number 11. And the next slide, please. And this is taken from looking at the frontage of number 9. So they have a garden area that extends right down onto the road. Next slide, please. Now this is taken looking backwards again, looking northeast back towards number 9. And the last one then, this is taken from within the site, looking back down towards the road, and you've got number 11 on one side, number 15 on the other. Should be one more, yeah. This is taken then from the other side of the site, looking back down towards the road, and we've got number 15 on one side and 11 on the other. That's our site frontage analysis, which is all detailed in the report. This is our location of our objection. So we've one immediately adjacent to the site and 3 others. And this is a concept plan that was submitted by the applicant to give us an indication of how they would propose to develop the site. In our opinion, that reflects the character of what's adjacent to it. And that's us. Thank you very much.
Hello.
Hello. Okay, we have we have 2 potential speakers. We have Elaine Robinson and Jacqueline McCrory. This can be done a couple of ways. One of you ladies can speak, or you can agree to split the time and both make a contribution, but it can't exceed 3 minutes. So it's up to yourselves how you want to proceed. So I'll leave that up to yourselves, and you can then, the time will start whenever one of you starts speaking, and then I'll have to end it then after the 3 minutes is up, just for consistency. So I'll let you make that decision, and then the clock will start whenever either yourself, Elaine, or Jacqueline make your contribution or start to make it. Okay, is that fine?
Yes, that's fine. Okay, Elaine Robinson here speaking. So point number 1, the existing dwellings at 9, 11 and 15 are equally spaced with similar size gaps between them. The building distance is approximately 35 metres in each case. This is disregarding the building which already exists to the rear of the current application site. The planning policy requires any infill proposal to respect the establishment pattern of development. In this instance, the established pattern of development has a spacing of 35 metres, and any new development inserted into the frontage would fail to do that. Furthermore, as the gap between 11 and 15 is exactly the same as the gap between 9 and 11, there are 2 gaps in this frontage of 3 buildings. Therefore, either the frontage is not substantially built up, as it is a building, gap, building, gap, building, that is 2 gaps within the frontage of 3 buildings, or no gap exists, as this is the established pattern of the development. I have a similar case, which is Newry Road Points Pass, and I've given the reference in to yourselves, and it was refused by yourselves and later appealed by Tom Wilson, and the appeal was upheld. Now, it did take the 3 times to go through council, but it was then approved. This application was refused because the planners argued that the site was not a gap, as it had no frontage to the road. The front portion was a garden and a driveway to the house to the south. Tom Wilson appealed this case, and there was a site visit by the members was undertaken, and the immediate conclusion was that the garden could be used as a frontage to the road, and therefore that the gap did exist. I would ask if you would please make a direct comparison between this current application and the Newry case, the Newry Road case that I've just quoted, as to me it's exactly the same and has similar circumstances as the gap between number 9 and number 11. So, I would like you to look at it and give an explanation of if you find the differences between the 2, it would be appreciated. And given that the Newry Road case was approved in August 2020, it would confirm that there is a second gap in the frontage along number 9 to 15 Ballynock Road. Therefore, in this current application that is being considered, the frontage is not substantially and continuously built up frontage for the purposes of the policy CTY8, as there are 2 gaps in between 3 houses. There was a further point that on this application site, the space between 11 and 15 already has a building within the gap that's located to the rear. This is to remain and will not be removed. The owner of the land will not remove it. And CTY8 defines a substantial and built-up frontage as one containing a minimum of 3 buildings along a road frontage with no development to the rear. So it doesn't matter about whether the building is accepted.
Okay, sorry, you've exceeded your time, but if there are questions members wish to ask you, you will be invited back in to contribute in terms of those questions to seek answers. So at this stage, we're going to open it up then to members' questions. Don't have any other speakers, so members, in your hands in terms of questions. Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, Chairman, thank you, and thank those who've contributed so far. Truly, a couple of questions. One is, as was said by Ms. Robinson there, can you just clarify for myself and the committee which buildings are, considered in relation? Because there's a lot of buildings along this frontage. We've got garages to the rear, we've got dwellings, we've got, in order to consider what is the built-up frontage, and the other thing is the grey out buildings to the rear are really standing out to me. Are those agricultural buildings? And if so, or what are they used for? Because obviously I'm thinking of previous applications where we've had infills, and because of the close proximity of whether it be a commercial entity or whatever, an agriculture or whatever, they've been turned down. So just those clarifications for me, please, this stage. Thank you.
The building in terms of, I'm talking about the outbuilding that to me is already
sorry, I'm just going to stop you. Councillor Nicholson had asked the planner, but we will. No, there's no problem. So we'll just ask. No issue, no problem. Yeah, Elaine, Alderman or Councillor Nicholson will ask you, your question after Trudy has finished.
No problem.
Thank you. If Patricia could maybe pull up the plan, or even the aerial photograph that shows the close-up of the site, please. That one. So that one shows you've got number 15 at the top with its garage. So we're of the opinion that both of those have a presence onto the road and a frontage onto the road. You then have the gap, which is the application site. Then we have number 11, which has a frontage onto the road. Then we've got number 9. It has a inverted L-shaped garden. So it does have a frontage onto the road. So we're including all of those as being substantial and continuously built up frontage. But you'll also see in that photograph, we've got the buildings to the rear. The bulk of those are to the rear of number 11 and can be accessed by the lane adjacent to 11 and through 11's curtilage. So in consideration of those, that's the applicant is number 11. So they have control to some extent over those, yeah. They are fairly small scale in nature and couldn't be used for intensive agriculture either. So we're content that they won't have any nuisance on any future occupier.
Okay, Councillor Nicholson, your light's on again.
Yeah, just come. You say they're small in nature, but like, what are they used for at the minute? They're not. In my eyes, they're not small in nature, truly. You know what I mean? They're not a garden shed. They're substantial. I could open a garage in them. Do you know what I'm saying? Or dare I say it? Look after dogs. Recalling a previous application. So I just want to get a feel, of what those buildings are used for. Thank you.
There was a couple of photographs that showed you from up within that yard. Let's see. So you'll see that they don't appear to be in everyday use at the moment.
Okay. Councillor Nixon, are you content with those answers?
Yes, Chairman, but I would like to hear from Elaine, obviously, in relation to the counter to that, just because obviously she's a local resident. Maybe she knows something else. So thank you.
Okay, Elaine, if you want to contribute now on the issue of the sheds as requested by Councillor Nicholson, thanks.
Yes, so that's my parents. So the sheds, there's 4 actual building or 4 units within that one outbuilding. It's used for storage of all lawnmowers. There's about four lawnmowers, one being a drive-on lawnmower. The other units, as you say, can be easily used for dog kennels. It's used partly as storage, but it's a good size of a unit. And it's got access from both sides. You know, what you're viewing on the left and right hand side, there's access doors from both. Actually, 3 of the 4 sides there's access doors from.
Okay, Councillor Nixon, you content with those answers? Okay, have we any other questions for either the objectors or the planners? I don't see any other lights on at this stage. And that basis, do you want to move into the debating stage? Any other comments, members, that we wish to make? Everyone's fairly quiet. Councillor Nicholson.
Somebody has to blow away the tumbleweed. But no, look, I can accept its infill within the policy. You know, Trudy has clearly, you know, outlined that, and as my understanding of the policy is, it's pretty much a slam dunk, you know, in relation to the policy. But I do have concerns with those buildings to the rear. You know, as I say, we talk about consistency, and again, as I say, this, although they're not being used now, and obviously you need permission, et cetera, but that's my only sort of worry on it, Chairman, at the minute. So thank you.
Okay, Councillor Cosby.
Thank you. Sorry, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Two things really. One, I'm interested to hear from Trudy in relation to the comments that Elaine has made in relation to the distance between the properties, and you know, maybe that being out of keeping with the area, but also just in relation to, I suppose I am interested. I may have just picked this up wrongly, but the buildings, that is probably in terms of CTY maybe a slight concern that I do have, but they belong to number 11. I think, is that correct, Trudy? Yes, the buildings behind do belong to, sorry, through you, Mr. Chairman, belong to number 11. Is that right?
Trudy, if you want to address that, just to get it on the.
Thank you. It's just to get it on the minutes. The access is through number 11, and there's an access to the side, so they can be gained from number 11. Now, Ms. Robinson said that her father owns it. He lives at number 15. So notice has been served on number 15 as the owner of the site. So it's all within one family ownership. I just double checked there the LPS records, and they are shown as domestic outbuildings on that. So
okay, Councillor Cosby.
Okay, I think Trudy's intervention in relation to LPS actually is quite important and helpful. So with that in mind, I'm happy just with that issue, but just in relation to the distance and spacing on the site, maybe we should just make a comment, because Elaine did reference it and I haven't maybe just heard anybody respond to that at this stage.
Okay, Trudy, yeah, if you want to address the distance issue.
May I trouble Patricia again, please? In the PowerPoint, there is a section showing the frontages. Should be towards the end. that one. So that corresponds with the figures that you have in your report. So we have the detached dwelling at 9, which is our bottom one, with a frontage width of 36.6 metres. Then we have the dwelling at number 11, which is 37.6 metres. You have the application site in between. Now, we have to consider the gap, which is building to building. But in terms of the actual frontage of that site, it's 23.6 metres, so it is slightly smaller than the others. And then we've got the single-storey dwelling detached garage of 15, which has a frontage of 42.7. For the purposes of the gap, building to building, it's 38.9 metres. Sorry, 34.4. So on our calculations, the policy says you can't have a gap that will fit more than 2. And in this case, it can't physically fit more than 2. And 1, while it is slightly smaller, to our minds, it won't be noticeably different and it will fit in with the character as the agent has shown in his concept plan that he submitted. Thank you.
Okay, members, any other comments on that one? Don't see any other lights on at this point. So if we want to move then into the decision stage on the application. I think, am I right in saying Councillor McGill and Councillor Lavery can't take part because you left the meeting? Okay, just to establish that. Members, in your hands in this regard. Councillor Duffy and then Councillor Cosby. Councillor Duffy.
Yeah, do.
Not sure why that's not working out.
Yeah.
Just to clarify my previous comments before you come in, to be completely legal about it, Councillor McGill and Councillor Lavery, you can take part if you so desire as per the legal advice, but it's entirely up to yourselves whether you do that or not. So just to be completely belt and braces about it, but sorry, Councillor Duffy, continue.
Yes, I just thank you, Chair. I will just go with the officer's recommendation.
So we have a proposal from Councillor Duffy, Councillor Cosby.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, I think Trudy's intervention, my concern was slightly about the outbuildings and the distance, and given the information that Trudy has provided to us that those buildings are listed as lands and property as domestic outbuildings, that would suggest to me that they would actually require a planning application if there was to be a change of use on those. So that does give a degree of protection in relation to that. So I'm happy to second the recommendation before us by planners.
Okay, members, we have a proposal and a seconder on the floor. Are we any contrary proposals? I don't see any. Okay, members, that means that the application is approved, and we will now take a short break, and we'll maybe resume in about 20 minutes time, if that's okay. Give you a short break, and then we'll come back in about 10 to 7. Feed started. Okay, that's confirmed as started. So we'll revert back to our running order, and we'll move into Appendix 2, which is going to be delivered by Roisin Hamill. So, sorry, I have a couple, or 3 or 4 lights on here. Councillor Tolman.
Chair, I wasn't present in the March meeting when this was first presented to the committee, so I'm just going to withdraw myself at this stage.
Councillor McAlinden.
Likewise, Chair, I'm going to do the same thing.
Councillor Lavra.
Thanks, Chair. Just to repeat the same declaration of interest that I did when the meeting came at March. That was a relative of the applicant, I think, contacted me at the time, but I told him I was a member of the planning committee and could not discuss the application further, though therefore could go in the application with an open mind. So just to repeat that, I think it have to be repeated every time that the things come to committee. So just to do that again for record.
I appreciate that. Councillor Cosby.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just going to include myself in the meeting as well, as I also wasn't present. Thank you.
Okay, those are all noted. Thanks for your cooperation on those points. We'll now hand over to Roisin to deliver the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Members will recall this application was presented to the Planning and Regulatory Services Committee on the 2nd of March with a recommendation to refuse. At that meeting, it was agreed that the application be deferred to allow for further information to be submitted on the potential environmental, economic and social benefits of the development. Just by way of background, planning permission was granted in 2013 for the erection of a wind turbine with a 40-metre hub height and a blade diameter of 27 metres on lands 350 metres northeast of Granshire Road, Armagh. Following the erection of the turbine and the receipt of a subsequent complaint, an enforcement investigation was commenced, and it was determined that the turbine was located outside of the red line of the approved application site. The current application is a retrospective application for the retention of the turbine and ancillary development as erected. The original permission Q 2012-0023 has now expired and can no longer be implemented. Further information has since been submitted in support of the application, including an appraisal setting out the benefits that the development brings both economically for the existing business along with the environmental contributions, a socio-economic statement setting out the positive impact the turbine brings to the farm business, a confidential submission in terms of the cost implications for the removal of the turbine, and a landscape and visual assessment of the proposal. Officers have reviewed the landscape and visual impact assessments submitted by the applicant and set out in the report. In the case officer report presented to members on the 2nd of March, officers themselves identified a number of critical viewpoints at Granshire Road, Slievenaboli Road and Catesbridge Road, from where it was considered the turbine would cause an unacceptable adverse impact on the visual amenity and landscape character of the area by reason of its size, scale and siting. However, the submitted landscape and visual assessment concludes that all viewpoints where the turbine was assessed are locations with very few visual receptors. The impacts of the wind turbine on the value, sense of place, setting and amenity of Slieve Crib and the Mourne AOMB is rated as negligible. The impact of the wind turbine in the landscape is acceptable and does or will not cause a significant adverse impact of rural character when assessed against the scheme in its own right and not taken into account the previous permission from 2013. The wind turbine is able to be absorbed into the large-scale landscape of this area in line with professional practice guidance, and the retention of the turbine in its current location is acceptable in landscape and visual terms and should not be refused planning permission. However, as you can see set out in the report, from the 3 critical viewpoints identified, officers are still of the view the turbine would cause an unacceptable adverse impact on the visual amenity and landscape character of the area by reason of the scale, size and siting. Officers note the applicant's comments in the landscape and visual impact assessment regarding the impact of the approved as compared to the built turbine. However, the original permission has now expired. There is no fallback position for the applicant and therefore determining weight must be given to the visual impact of the existing turbine, and the approved turbine is not a determining factor. In terms of the socio-economic and environmental benefits, policy RE1 of PPS 18 states the wider benefits of all proposals for renewable energy projects are material considerations that will be given significant weight in determining whether planning permission should be required. This differs to the wording of the SPPS, which requires that appropriate weight must be attached to such benefits. The report sets out the contributions the turbine will make in terms of energy production, carbon savings, and the contribution to Northern Ireland's renewable energy volume. A confidential submission has also been made in relation to the potential costs of decommissioning the turbine should planning permission be refused and the resultant impact on the farm business, and a separate confidential report has been circulated to members setting out the details of these submissions. Whilst it is acknowledged that the potential benefits of the subject turbine should be given appropriate weight, this does not mean determining weight. Officers consider that appropriate weight can range from no weight at all to substantial or even determining weight. Officers have set out in detail the significant concerns in relation to the unacceptable adverse impact that the subject turbine would have on the visual amenity and landscape character of the area. And given the significance of these concerns, officers are of the view the stated benefits do not outweigh policy objections to the proposal and should not be given determining weight. For that reason, officers are presenting the application with an unchanged recommendation to refuse for the reasons set out. Members will note a further addendum has been circulated today following receipt of additional information from an agent on behalf of an objector to the proposal and the agent on behalf of the applicant. The additional information received does not raise any new issues that have not previously been considered, and the recently circulated report addresses the points in detail. As previously stated, officers will recommend that the application be refused for the reasons set out in the report. And I'll just run through the slides for you again. And the blue arrow indicates just the location of the site within the general area to the east of Slieve-na-Bowley Road on the Granshire Road. This is your site location plan showing this application site outlined in red. This is the site plan and the detail of where the turbine is, and you can see the hatched area where the approved turbine where the 2013 turbine was approved. This is just plans and elevations of the turbine and the associated substation. This is an aerial photograph of the site, and you can actually see the turbine in situ. This is a view of the turbine from the Granshire Road, and you can see the Slade Croup summit in the background. And just another view of the Granshire Road with Slade Croup in the background. This is a view of the turbine from the Slieve-na-Bowley Road, sitting behind the existing dwelling. And then again, another view from further up the Slieve-na-Bowley Road. This is a view of the turbine from Catesbridge Road, which can be viewed in conjunction in particular with the other turbine on the opposite side of the Granshire Road. And another view of the turbine, and from certain viewpoints along the Catesbridge Road, you can actually view it in conjunction with another two turbines off the Rathryland Road. And another view from the Catesbridge Road with the Mourns and the IOMB and Slave Croup in the background. And this is just another view of the turbine from the Rathryland Road. And another one from the Rathryland Road, which is quite a distance away. Thank you, members.
Okay, members, you've heard Roisin's submission there, and we will move in then to members' questions for the applicant agents. Well, actually, no, because there's no one, I don't think, in support of this one. So it's just questions then to the planning officer. So I will take any questions, members, at this stage? Councillor Savage.
So thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, Roisin, for your report. Roisin, just going back to the last meeting, this one, I think it was said that the visual impact of this is such that there's no mitigations that can put in place at all. And is that still your stated position that, you know, there's nothing can be done to mitigate against the visual impact of this turbine? Thank you.
Yes, Councillor, given the siting, given the size and scale of it, we don't think there's any mitigation that would improve the visual impact of it.
Okay, Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Roisin, for your report. And I'm sort of, I remember this one from a good while ago, actually, it must be a number of months ago. But Roisin, is there any sort of like, and again, it might help me, and maybe I'm again on the screen here, it's not clear, comparison of where it's built to where it was approved previously, you know, just to get a gauge in relation to it. And also, you know, when the original application was in, do we have the red line for it, you know, in the comparison to that one, to see the overlap? Are they totally different, or do they use the same access way? You know, all those things, you know, where is the thing? I just, because as I say, I think this one obviously, you know, is quite a, you know, an important one that we need to really get as much information as we can get to sort of, you know, make an informed decision on it. So if you have anything like that to help me, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, Roisin, is there a slide that we could utilise there?
Yes, I think if we go to the slides, maybe there'll be a site layout which shows the current red line and then the dotted area where the original turbine was approved. Now, I would just say, and yes, the access way was the same as per the 2013 approval, but as a result of a complaint, an enforcement investigation was opened in this case. So obviously we've looked at whether or not the previous permission was implemented, and you know, I'm assuming that's maybe where you're going in terms of overlap and using the same access, but this was 15 metres, it was approved 15 metres away from where it was actually built. So in our view, that original permission was not implemented. They went ahead and they built the turbine, albeit the same size and scale. It's 15 metres, it's outside the red line of the original approval. Therefore, the original approval was not implemented and that has since expired. Sorry, if you just go, there's a site layout detail, I think, sorry. And you can, sorry, if you just go back one, yeah. And you can see the dotted area where the approval was in comparison to where it's built. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I suppose, Roisin, just on that, the dotted square, is that, what is that denoting? Is that like a base plate or is that just the general location of it? And I see a wee black dot in the center there. Just to give me context, red line versus that black dot, because it's very blurry on the screen what the text is.
Sorry. The black dotted line was the red line of the original approval. So that's where the base of the turbine would have been.
Sorry, that so that square to the right that sort of edges out of the red line, that's what I'm referring to. So is that the original location?
Yes, Chair, that's the 2013 approval.
And then where it is at the minute is in the center of that circle there?
It is, yes. Yeah. The circle denotes the blade span, the diameter of the blade of the turbine, and then the base of the turbine is in the middle of the circle as built.
So it's with, so looking at that, then where it is at the minute is within the original red line, is that right? Yeah, no?
The red line that you see is the current application.
Right. Okay.
So the black dotted line is the original application.
Right. No, that's good clarity. Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Nicholson, you want back in there?
Yeah, yeah, thanks, Roisin. And it's a strange one. So like that clarifies that. So in relation to the original application, like infrastructure and things that I know there's a turbine, right? But there's infrastructure, there's cabling, there's access, there's other things. Like, were they shown on the original site plan where they were? I'm just sort of making sure we're in a situation here that we've got all that said information, you know, in relation to what's approved and what's built, and you know, because you know I know it's 15 feet, but it's from here to that wall, if you know what I mean. So you know, and we're talking about visual impact. So I want to just get a good feel for the overall sort of, you know, thinking process behind this. So thank you.
Okay, Sinead, yeah.
I don't, sorry, Chair.
It's Russian, sorry, Chair. It's Russian.
I don't have the original actual plans with me from the 2013 approval, but I don't think the substation was shown and the underground cable wasn't shown. And that's why this application is in to regularise the substation and the underground cable as well as the actual turbine.
Okay, thanks, Roisin. Councillor Lavra.
Thank you, Chair. What I'd like to ask would be around the visual amenity impact and in terms of the decision-making process of the application. As was mentioned at the last meeting, when this came to the pre-meeting, it was recommended for approval, and then 36 hours later, it was changed to refusal based on some things which have been said previously about the significant to the appropriate and the visual amenity impact and an alleged inappropriate weight applied to the previous planning condition. I just happened to have been reviewing those previous documents and looking in particular at some of the critical viewpoint angles. It's strange to me because in both the approval and the refusal, the same critical viewpoint angles in a couple of cases are mentioned, and they went from having not a visual amenity overriding impact to then having a visual amenity overriding impact, but obviously nothing would have changed in the interim. So my question for Roisin would be, in terms of the Sneeve to Boney Road, and in terms of the 30 north of number 30 Grafton Road, they both changed from having no overriding visual amenity impact to having an overriding visual amenity impact. I would like to know what changed in those photos within that time period to then overturn the decision in this case, or overturn the recommendation in this case. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Roisin? Okay.
Thank you, Chair. And yes, obviously this issue was raised the last time this came to committee. Whenever there was a recommendation to put into pre-committee, it was an initial recommendation. At that point in time, we hadn't had the opportunity to sit down as a group and discuss it in looking at the photographs and the photo montages and all of the information that we needed to sit down and make a final recommendation. And look, visual impact is a subjective test. It is something you go out, you look at it, and you look at the photographs and you look at the information you have. So in the round, when we discussed it, we felt that actually, it's an elevated site. From some of those viewpoints, it is very open and exposed. There is the backdrop of Slieve Croob. The sensitivity of the LCA is medium to high. And taking all of those issues into account, including the fact that the previous permission has expired, we can't give any determining weight to it because there's no likelihood that it will be implemented. And for that reason, we came to the final recommendation that it did have a significant adverse impact on the visual amenity and character of the area.
Commissioner Lavery.
Thank you. You mentioned other issues that you took into consideration. What were those other issues, just so that everyone's on the same page so that we can understand what happened? Thank you.
In terms of assessing the application, we look at everything. We obviously look at the plan and history, which we discussed in detail. We look at the details of the proposal. We look at all the consultation responses. We look at the issues that have been raised by the consultees and look at issues that have been raised by third parties, and they're all discussed in the round.
Okay, thank you. Roisin, any other comments, members? Alderman Anderson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Roisin. Roisin, just to get my head around some of this, this really is the same as was before, except for environmental, economic, and social benefits. We talk about determining weight, whether it's appropriate weight versus determining weight. I take it this is appropriate weight that's being considered in this case. If it was determining weight, would it change the opinion? I think it's these worryings and what way we set them out. I just can't get my head around that. But what if it was wasn't looked at as appropriate weight? You see where I'm coming from? No. I'm trying to get my head around this, what weight we give to the economic and social benefits and things like that, and to get that explained better. Obviously, there's a lot of facts and figures there in this report regarding what advantages and all the wind turbine will give, and certainly employment and everything else. So there is a number of plus factors in that there, but I'm just wondering what consideration we've given to all that in coming to this decision. The decision is still the same. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alderman Anderson. I know if we do move into discussing the economics of it, I think we'll have to then do that in confidential. Is that the case, isn't it? Yeah. So just to caution you, Roisin, in those remarks, if you feel you're straying into that, just or if I feel you are, we'll maybe seek a proposer to go into committee, but proceed there on the basis of it.
Okay, thank you, Chair. The SPPS requires that appropriate weight be attached to the benefits, and that's the wider socio-economic and environmental benefits of renewable energy projects. So obviously we have to determine what weight we give to the additional information that we have received. Now, we have received an economic statement which sets out the positive impact the turbine brings in the farm business, and I've set out on the report, obviously, in terms of what has been submitted in terms of energy production, in terms of energy yield. We've considered all of that. Now, look at the information we have, and based on our experience, none of that is very different to what we would get usually with any single wind turbine application in terms of CO2 savings and in terms of energy yield. And I think in one of the reports that it contributes 0.02% to renewable energy production from Northern Ireland. That would not be very different to what we would see submitted in terms of any single turbine application. And I've had a look at PAC decisions, and that in its own right, generally, where there's been a concern about the visual impact or amenity issues with turbine, that in its own right hasn't been enough to be a determining factor in overturning the recommendation. There is obviously a submission in terms of the cost implications of the removal of the turbine, and as the Chair said, if we want to get into the detail of that, obviously we would need to go into confidential to discuss that further.
Okay, Alderman Anderson, you can tell me that. Okay, members, any other questions at this point? Councillor Nicholson and then Councillor Sutton.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Roisin. And just for clarification, the site's within a landscape character rather than AOB, but there's an AOB adjacent. And that's one of the concerns, is that Sleeve Crew in the background in one of the critical views, which I think is shown in one of the pictures. Just clarification, yeah. Am I reading that right?
Okay, Roisin, yeah.
Yes, just to clarify that the site lies within the Sleeve Crew landscape character area, where the sensitivity to such developments is medium to high. And one of the points that's raised in this supplementary planning guidance is that views of the Sleeve Crew area the Sleeve Crew summit should be protected where possible. And yes, the AOMB is a number of kilometres further back, but there are views of the AOMB from some of the critical viewpoints.
Councillor Savage.
Thank you, Chair. Richhill, just a quick question really in terms of, you said about the benefits of the wind turbine not being unique. And is that something that we need to consider, in the fact that the benefits are generic to any wind turbine, and it's something that we shouldn't really give that much weight to, considering that the area where it's located? Is that the case?
Thanks, Roisin.
Thank you, Chair. I think the point I'm making is that the information we have been given is similar to what we would find in terms of energy yield, carbon savings with other single turbines. In our view, that does not overcome the significant concerns we have about the adverse impact on the visual amenity and the landscape character area. And that, in our experience of PAC decisions, that on its own, I'm not aware of any where that has overcome a concern in terms of visual amenity or, residential amenity.
Okay, any other questions, members? All right. It does state, I can just locate it, and I guess maybe what Alderman Anderson was referring to. It says, whilst it is acknowledged the potential, or that the potential benefits of the subject turbine should be given appropriate weight, this doesn't mean determining weight. So we know, another submission has been made in terms of the costs of any decommission of the of the turbine is, I think it maybe would be useful to go into confidential just to discuss that a little bit more, because I know in the previous report it was something I did refer to from memory, generally in line with other considerations around the future direction of travel in terms of renewables and the renewed targets that have been set on it and the direction of travel Northern Ireland will have to take at some pace to get within the ambitious renewable targets that have been set in the previous Assembly term. So I'd be keen and I would propose to go into confidential if I have a seconder in order just to have a short discussion on that basis whilst protecting the applicant's privacy at that point. So that's been seconded. Okay. So if we could stop there, I have to read this first, don't I? In terms of, yeah. Okay. Yeah, members and online viewers, in accordance with Schedule 6 of the Local Government Act, we will now be moving into a confidential session of the Council. This means that we will be turning off the public feed of the meeting. This will be returned when the meeting is restarted. Can I ask the ICT officers to please turn off the live feed and confirm with me when the confidential section of this meeting can Okay, members, we will continue. We've had a useful discussion on those economic points that we couldn't discuss in the public forum due to the sensitive nature of them. With that being said, I'll reopen the discussion in the public forum for further questioning. Okay, members, I don't see or hear any other questions. So with that being the case, we'll move into the debate stage. Councillor Lavery.
Thank you, Chair. For me, this is a complex one with a lot of factors involved, and what we apply to each of these factors, whether it be visual amenity, whether it be socio-economic, environmental issues, whether it be the plan history on the site. The point from the officers is that essentially the visual amenity impact is such of an extent that it overrides everything else. And given the multiple factors which are on the table here, I think it would be appropriate for us to conduct a site visit so we can either confirm or take a different view as to whether that visual amenity impact is an overriding issue or whether it is a factor to consider amongst all these other factors. So I'd be leaning to consider going to a site visit so we can get a full scope of the information and then take a decision, because as I said, it's a very complex one, given that there was a previous approval on the site 15 metres away from one under discussion at the minute. So it's a very complex one, Chair, so I think it's appropriate that we get the fullest of information as possible before we ultimately take a decision on this. That's the way I'd be leaning. I don't know what other members' thoughts are.
Okay, thanks for your input there, Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, Chairman, thank you, and thanks everybody for their their information already. It is a very complex one. It's probably the most complex one we've had to this committee for a long, long time, and it does, like, because the officer's recommendation is very much, you know, pinned on visual impact, which obviously, I suppose, going back to Appendix 4 earlier on, seems like days ago now, but you know, a visual assessment is essential, and I would be leaning towards going out and seeing this myself, because I do think that I would like to see it because I do think this whole thing about determining weight is something that we all kind of struggle with in this committee. What do you put the weight to? And I think the more information we have on it, it'll allow us then to make an informed decision where to put the weight, because there's a lot of factors there, as already been said: environmental, social, economic, and of course the visual impact of the landscape, and the fact that there's also, you know, I know we're saying that the planning has lapsed, but it has a planning history, you know, and it in my eyes it is a material consideration in the context of this. But as I say, that's where I am at the minute, Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I note those comments, and of course in the committee as representatives we're encouraged to fully arm ourselves with the facts and be content in ourselves as individuals, not as a collective, but as individuals in terms of the decisions we make. So I am in tune with what Councillor Lavery and Councillor Nicholson says. Are we any other commentary or points to make in this debate phase? Councillor Savage.
Thanks, Chair. It's just to clarify, are we going out to like that? It's just as for the visual amenity, because I know Councillor Lavery mentioned the 15 metres. I don't think that's either here or there in our deliberations, is it? It's not within the red line it was meant to be. So is it to focus on that, or to see where it should have been, and we're not? It wasn't put there, so I don't think that's something we need to concern ourselves with, the fact that it has been put in the wrong place, or we're just going out to determine the visual amenity of it on the site. Is that what we're going to look at, just to make sure we're clear on that?
Well, I suppose at this stage we haven't made that decision as yet, but it is something, Councillor Savage, you could raise when we get if such a proposal does come forward, and we can get that clarity. And I don't see any other lights on, so we will move into the decision phase, and I'm in your hands, members, in terms of that. Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, Chairman, like yourself and Councillor Lavery, I'm not sure what other members feel, but for myself personally, you know, because this is about a visual assessment, I do believe that I would like to go out and have a look at this to see it in the context of where it is, what's around it, you know, these critical viewpoints, all of that there, and to make my own, in my own mind, that I'm well enough informed to sort of make that decision in relation to, as I say, you know, what the determinant, where the determinant weight needs to be on this. And I suppose in relation to, I don't think it'd be a bad idea just go up and, you know, have a look, right, this is where it is. We'll be probably bad at it anyway. And, you know, say, well, look, there's where it was approved there, walk across. You'll see, you know, yourself, you know, but I don't see that. I think that would be beneficial as well, just for members as well, just to be able to say they've done that, you know. So I'm making out a proposal, Chair, we'll go for a site visit.
Okay, we have a proposal then for a site visit. Have we a seconder for a site visit? Councillor Wilk.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I will second that we attend the site for a visit. Thank you.
Any other counter proposals or comments at this point? Okay, I'm not seeing any other lights on. So with that being the case, then the recommendation in this application is to defer for a site visit, which will be organised in due course and all members notified. So that concludes our deliberations on that application. So we'll now move on to Appendix 5 in the schedule, LA Weight 2021-00. Sorry. Oh yes, good point. Yeah, if we could have the other members brought in before we do that. Thanks, Councillor Dillon. This one's just okay, members, you're welcome back to the chamber. We will move on to Appendix 5 then, and we'll ask Liam if he would bring his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This is a retrospective application that seeks full planning permission for the conversion of an existing silo to provide a building for use as a domestic garage or store. Members should note that this proposal was initially submitted as a retrospective application for the conversion of the existing silo to provide an agricultural building. The addendum to PPS 7 sets out the policy for achieving quality in relation to proposals for residential extensions and alteration. Policy EXT1 states the planning permission will be granted for a proposal to extend or alter a residential property where a number of criteria are met. The main issue in this proposal is whether the proposed building is sympathetic with the built form and appearance of the host dwelling at number 52 Maharbeg Road. The proposed development comprises of a building measuring 7.9 metres by 13.8 metres with a height of 5.4 metres. Policy EXT1 of the addendum PPS 7 states that planning permission will be granted for a proposal to extend or alter a residential property where all four criteria are met. Annex A states that buildings within residential curtilage, such as garages or stores, should be subordinate in scale and similar in style to the existing property, taking account of the materials, the local character, and the level of visibility of the building from the surrounding views. Paragraph A20 of the Annex A states that the external finish should aim to complement the type of materials, colour, and finish of both the existing building and those of neighbouring properties. In the opinion of officers, the scale of the building to which this application relates is not subordinate to number 52, given it the modest size of the dwelling and its siting in front of the dwelling approximately 12 metres away. The use of corrugated steel sheeting on the concrete wall along with its functional design and the structure, is considered to have an unsympathetic relationship with the built form and appearance of the traditionally designed and finished dwelling number 52. The building is in no way similar to that of a traditionally finished dwelling and does not complement it. The proposal therefore does not meet criteria A of policy EXT1 of PPS 7. A planning statement of need was submitted which outlines that the building is required for. In officer's opinion, the only items stored within the building which could not be stored within a building designed to be sympathetic with the built form and appearance of the existing property are the 2 tractors. Officers, having viewed the other buildings within the site, are not convinced that the adjacent sheds are in such a poor physical condition, or indeed they could not be repaired, that they could not be utilised to store such vehicles. A need for the building therefore has not been established. Officers, as set out in the body of the report, are satisfied that criteria B, C and D of EXT1 have been satisfied for the specified reasons of the report. But as the proposal fails criteria A, the proposal is considered to be contrary to the SPPS, policy CTY1 of PPS 21 and the addendum of PPS 7. There have been no consultative objections, and all objections to the application have been considered and fall in the report. Let me just take you through the PowerPoint. So this is just a location of the site within the general area. This is our site location plan. You can see the cluster of buildings. This is our site plan. And these are the existing plans. And you can see the proposed plans with basically the silo totally covered. This is an aerial photograph of the silo and its surrounds. This is the front elevation of what is deemed to be the domestic garage store. This is inside the domestic store. And again, just another view. And again, you can see the domestic store with the applicant's very small dwelling in the background. And this is part of the argument in the recommendation for refusal, in that the shed, store, garage is deemed to be not subordinate to the host dwelling for the purposes of EXT1. Next slide, please. It's just the rear elevation of the shed. You can see the height of it. These are the other existing buildings that the applicant is making an argument that cannot be used for the purposes of what the new application is seeking to regularise. And this is just a relationship between the garage store in the context of the applicant's dwelling in Maharbeg Road. This is just the shared boundary you can see with another property to the rear. This is the objector's property. And that's just a view inside one of the buildings that the applicant is alleging can't be used for the purposes of what this application is seeking to regularise. Again, probably hard to make out. That's just a view inside another one of the buildings. And again, just another view inside one of the agricultural buildings. That's just a view from the Maharbeg Road. Basically, the site, there's no particular views of the building per se, where officers will be recommending refusal on those grounds. And just another view from the access point onto Maharbeg Road. And again, just another view from Maharbeg Road. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Liam. I don't think we have anybody in support or an objection other than a written representation. So on that basis, we'll open the floor then for questions, if we have any. Councillor Savage.
Thanks, Chair. Liam, thank you for your report. Liam, you mentioned that there's 2 existing sheds that could possibly be used. I see in the addendum report that the applicant says that they're not in a fit state to be used. A few reasons are. Now, you had pictures of the sheds, and one of them didn't look in a too bad of a condition, seemed to have a concrete floor. Does what is in the addendum, is that your recollection of what them 2 existing sheds look like?
Liam.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Savage. In the opinion of officers, we feel that those sheds could be utilised for the purposes of what this application is seeking to regularise. Essentially, there's 2 sheds there. One has a tank in it and on a concrete floor. And it has been used to store vehicles. The other agricultural shed, in our view, is not in that bad of condition that it couldn't be used for the purposes that the current shed that they're seeking to regularise are actually being used for.
Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, thanks, Chairman, and thanks, Liam. Liam, see, back to the existing buildings, you know, to my mind, having lived in a farm all my life, they look like farm buildings. You know, there's a barrel vaulted roof and a lean-to, and you know, to me, if it's a slotted shed, is this an active farm? You know, because obviously these buildings are showing characteristics of a farmyard. You know, is that part of the argument why these buildings aren't available? That, you know, there's potential that this could, you know, because there's also I can see there adjacent to the building what we call in farming terms a crush. You know, obviously for sorting out livestock and things like that. So clearly this was, I don't know if it still is, there's gated off areas and things. So like, I'm just trying to get in my head, you know, because is this an active farm? Is he diversified from farming? You know, and he needs this shed to store like some of the stuff that's shown in there, you know, the tractor and the four-wheeler and those things, just to get a better idea, you know, like in relation to what exactly this applicant sort of needs this shed for, you know, in relation to his day-to-day, you know, business. Because as I say, you know, I have seen these in the past, you know, people have got sort of vintage tractors or, you know, a collection of cars and things like that there. So again, you know, it's one of those ones where, you know, if it was an active farmyard, you know, you could not build that under PD rights, you know, the extension. And I'm just trying to get a bit of a picture here of why we have got this, you know, in front of us, really, to be honest with
you. Thanks, Liam. Okay.
Yes, Councillor Nixon, you'll probably note from, I suppose, the opening sentence that this application was actually submitted initially as an application for an agricultural shed. In the context of that consideration, the applicant and his agent came to the position that they weren't able to establish that it was an active and established farm, and therefore the initial proposal was likely to fail the policy test in terms of CTY 12. So in that regard, they sought to change the application to a domestic shed. And ultimately the shed was already in situ. So I suppose that maybe puts a bit of a picture as to how we've arrived where we are. I think initially it was envisaged that this application could go through as an agricultural shed, but ultimately he wasn't able to demonstrate the active farming in the context of that application, and therefore that's why we have what we have.
Okay, Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, thanks, Liam. That does clarify. And see the objector next door. I'm just looking at the photographs here. Obviously, he's got a boundary wall, you know, which looks quite a high boundary wall. And is that building immediately behind the wall? You know, is that a garage rather than domestic? You know, a domestic building, or is there two dwellings there? I can't really tell. There's a window up in the gable here that I'm looking at. So I'm just thinking, you know, because obviously he's objecting on certain grounds, therefore, but there were sheds there beside him already. You know, is this shed making it worse? Because it doesn't seem to be closer to him. It's similar to the scale of the sheds that's there. I'm just trying to get a sort of an angle on that. Thanks.
Okay, Liam, thank you.
No, I think it's set out in the report, Councillor Nicholson, that we don't have any objections in terms of impact on residential amenity on the associated property. We've gone through that in each of the objections raised. Our principal objection is that this size and scale of this is not subordinate to the host dwelling, and that indeed there has been no case of need made by the applicant that overcomes those concerns. That's the principal reason for.
Councillor Tillman.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, this application, it's for a domestic garage. So it really, just my question is, what is the definition of a domestic garage? Because it certainly looks like that this could facilitate, large vehicles. So what is a domestic garage?
Thanks, Liam, if you can answer that one.
Thanks, Councillor Tillman. Essentially, there is no definition of what size and scale and dimensions of a domestic garage is. I think that would be the view of that would be taken in an individual context, depending upon the size and scale of the existing property. Now, in this context, this is a very small scale, single story bungalow. And essentially what we're saying is that the shed garage store to which this application relates is not subordinate in any way. It's actually bigger. So, I mean, that's one of the policy tests for any extension to a residential property, of which this is the policy context for consideration. So, firstly, there's no defined size, but that's the sort of policy that we're working in to make a decision on this.
Okay. Damien wants to make a contribution at this point.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And Councillor Tillman, maybe just to add to what Liam has said, in terms of what the definition is of a domestic garage, I suppose it's, if you look at the General Permitted Development Order, which is a piece of legislation, you would describe it as a building which is incidental to the enjoyment of a dwelling house. So in other words, it's ancillary to the dwelling house. It's not an agricultural building, but it's ancillary. It's incidental to the enjoyment of the dwelling house. So hopefully that clarifies the point. Thanks.
Okay, a quick question just myself. I've seen on one of the slides there was a lorry present. Would it not be reasonable if the applicant, I don't think I've been reading through there, I don't see any direct statement of ownership of the lorry, but presuming that it's parked on his driveway or close to his house, should he wish to do some work on that lorry, and you're not going to get that into a domestic garage to do that, really. So if he brings it into that facility, there seems to be a bit of ridge height there. Obviously, he stated that he would be working at tractors on that. And if he's lifting that front loader up, he's going to need a wee bit of height as well. How do you propose he does that within a domestic garage? I'm just keen to understand that bit.
Essentially, Jared, that case has never been made by the applicant because you'll probably note from the report that there is a current enforcement investigation on this site, which is directly related to those lorries, and the applicant never made any case for those lorries to be considered as part of his justification for the shed. So obviously, that case was never made, never part of our consideration.
Based on that, that's just a photo you've taken. That's one of your own pictures of what you encountered on the day, so to speak. Yeah.
There's been multiple visits to the site, and as I say, there is an ongoing enforcement investigation with a use adjacent to this application, and that lorry would be part of it.
And I suppose, notwithstanding that point, should he wish to work on that tractor, like he has referred to, tractors and collections of cars and that, that it would be difficult with that type of implement on the front to, fully extend it within an ordinary 2.4 meter high ceiling, that a domestic garage would usually have, if you know what I mean. And the other point would be, I suppose, the house is of an era, it's a smaller bungalow. Does that necessarily dictate the type and size of garage? Because I drive around the country and I see lots of steel portal frame garages in the country. Some of them are pretty substantial, and some are less substantial. I'm just wondering, in terms of how do we determine that versus an older style dwelling versus a modern need, or a need that must be met by a type of ridge height that, for in this instance, the tractor, and extending up the front loader there, if that was the case,
I suppose the difference here is, Chair, is that they have two existing buildings that could accommodate probably what you're talking about. And the position of the agent and the applicant is that they feel that they're in such poor condition that they don't offer what they do. Our view is different, and that we feel that they could be accommodated within the said buildings that are already in situ. And that is where we've looked at the need, as well as the justification provided for the storage of those vehicles.
Thank you, Liam. Any other questions for Councillor Nicholson?
Just in the back of your sort of an inquiry there, Chair, there's a Mercedes shown inside the old shed. So is that the applicant's Mercedes? Because if the shed wasn't fit for storage, you wouldn't have your good car in it, would you? Or is that your car, Liam? I don't know.
Liam's car is that big black V.
No. Yes, no, that's one of his vintage cars. He has allegedly vintage cars and vintage tractors. So, yeah.
Okay, Councillor Cosby.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm having looked at the both the photographs that have been provided by officers in terms of the report, and also by the applicant. I think there's a very clear distinction in terms of the sheds that exist on the site, and both old and new stand in stark contrast to one another. And it would be evident to me, in my view, and I'm not a structural engineer, and I suspect neither are our planners, but I'm looking at the condition of some of those, and they would require a substantial, in effect, actually the cladding probably all taken off in the frame and replaced, no doubt, and that potentially should have been what was done, but we're not there. I don't actually see them as being, because one of them actually in our own photographs is very clearly and evidently laid out and set out for livestock, with slurry tanker under the floor, or slurry tank available under the floor. And if the intention of the applicant is to bring that back into agricultural use in 2022, I believe that's what the report says. So, will that have an impact then, if that is the case, going forward? And the other, I suppose, question is that if those two sheds that exist, Liam, were in the opinion of somebody more professional than I, not suitable for carrying out work on vehicles and storage of vehicles, particularly vintage vehicles, if that's, if they need particular storage conditions, whatever. I don't know. Alderman Wilson's much more averse than I am about vintage vehicles. But if they were structurally unsound and unsuitable, would we be having the conversation we're having tonight about the building that the domestic garage and that being required?
I suppose our consideration, Councillor Cosby, is based on what was there at the present time. And as I've alluded to earlier, it wasn't an active farm at the present time, and hadn't been used as such. The other, I suppose, consideration is that before we would approve new sheds, even in the event that these weren't suitable, they should be looking at replacing or refurbishment before. That was never a consideration that was brought before us by the applicant. So that was never tried and tested when they could have availed of that and made a case that, as you've alluded to, that they may have been structurally unsound and weren't suitable for refurbishment or replacement, but that was never advocated to officers.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Labra.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick question for clarification and for the record. This application is a committee because it's been called in by an elected member. What elected member called the application in, and what reasons did the elected member give for disagreeing with the planning officer's recommendation? Thank you.
Okay, do we know who would be best to answer the question? What do we know at this point?
Might take a wee minute or two just to check that.
Give you a moment to consider that one.
Yeah, Chair, it was Councillor Macaulay that called the application in, and basically it was felt that the application, approval of the application could be overcome by way of negative conditions. And basically that they felt the size and scale of the proposal was commensurate with something that was domestic.
Okay. All right. That establishes that. Okay, members, we're still in the questions phase. If anybody has any other queries, if not, we'll move into the debate. Okay, we'll move into debate, members. Any considerations on this one? Councillor Savage.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for everybody contributed there. But I think we give this one a very good discussion there. It's up for refusal. The debate might have been better informed had the applicant decided to come along, or an agent or a representative to answer the questions, because I think we were sort of playing devil's advocate to try and get some of the answers there. I think just looking at the pictures that, you know, the size of the garage compared to the size of the dwelling, it's definitely out of scale. And, you know, my thinking is that the officer in this case has got the decision correct. So just my opinion at this stage, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other considerations or comments? No, don't see any lights on. I'm not going to labour this one. Oh, sorry, Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, as Councillor Savage has said there, Chairman, we've given this a good debate, and it is a pity that the applicant didn't come along and obviously put their point of view across. I'd agree with that, but I do have a degree of sympathy with them, you know. But I think, you know, given what's in front of us, you know, I think the recommendation is a hard one to go against, I think. But that's really my opinion, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other points before we move into decision? Okay, members, we'll move into decision phase. In your hands in that regard. Councillor Savage.
Chair, I propose that we accept the recommendation as outlined in the report. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Toman.
Happy to second the recommendation, Chair.
Okay, we have a valid proposal on the table. Are there any other proposals? Okay, members, I declare that one dealt with. We'll move on then to Appendix 8. This is one for Trudy. You can commence when you're ready. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Before I begin, can I take the opportunity to correct a typing error in the report? On the third page, it refers to 13 letters of objection. This should have read 12. The proposal relates to the demolition of an existing garage and construction of 2 semi-detached dwellings with associated works adjacent to 6 Bellevue Terrace in Richhill. This proposal seeks to renew a previously approved scheme and is before you this evening on the basis of the level of objection officers have received. The application site is located within the settlement of Richhill as defined in the Armagh area plan, but it is not zoned for any specific purpose. The area plan states that Richhill continues to experience greater development pressure than all the other villages. Provision, however, has been made within the proposed development limit for a controlled amount of growth involving infilling and rounding off of the existing village form. The plan designates 3 areas of land for potential housing within the development limit, but it also states that elsewhere within the proposed development limit, there are small areas of land where frontage housing development would be acceptable. And it's on the basis of this that officers are of the opinion that the proposal complies with the area plan. The proposal has been assessed against policy QD1, PPS 7 and all other relevant policies as detailed in the report, and officers are of the view that the proposal does comply with these policies. Bellevue Terrace is a residential development consisting of 28 2-storey dwellings, predominantly arranged in rows of terrace dwellings, and the application site is located to the end of one of these rows. Members are advised that a number of objections were received from occupiers of the 5 properties in the same row, 4 properties in Bellevue Terrace row, 1 from the rear, 1 from Elm Park, and 1 from Alderman Spears. These objections have been fully considered in the report which has been circulated. Members are advised that all consultations received were favourable and that officers, having considered all the information submitted, including the objections, are of opinion that the scheme presented complies with the area plan and all relevant planning policies, subject to the conditions set out in the report. And for this reason, officers recommend the planning permission be granted. I'll just take you through the PowerPoint, please. So we are located within Richhill. Next slide, please. This is our application site. So the pink on this indicates Richhill Conservation Area. And the next one then shows an aerial photograph. So that's showing Bellevue Terrace and Elm Park predominantly, with our site just down at the bottom corner. Next slide, please. So that's our application site. It's the end of the cul-de-sac. Next slide, please. So that's us taking, that's the photograph showing number 6. That's the row of 4 terrace dwellings, numbers 3 to number 6. This is again taken from the front of number 6, looking back into the site that is to be demolished as part of the proposal. And then the land to the left, you're okay, thank you. This is also part of the application site, and the next slide shows it in better detail then. So this actually, while it appears as just open land on the site, it actually forms part of the curtilage of number 6. Next slide, please. So this is taken closer to number 6, and that's how that bit of land is currently accessed up those little steps. Next slide, please. So that's taken slightly further down, looking back up, and it's Legacory Road then on your left. Next slide, please. So these are taken looking south, west, and east across the site. Next slide, please. This is from Legacory Road, looking back up, so you can see the bus stopped to the centre and the site's just in behind it. Next slide, please. So at the minute, there is a footpath that runs along the rear of the site, and these photographs have been taken from that, looking across the site from the entrance to the footpath, and again at the back, looking back towards number 6. These are Google Street View images, just to give you an indication. Some of the objectors commented on the character of the area, and this is just to give an indication of the character that we have. So the properties on the left are Bellevue Terrace, the ones on the right are Elm Park in the top photograph, and the bottom photograph shows the row of the 6 properties on Bellevue Terrace with our site to the left of that. These are our proposed elevations, followed by our floor plans. These are our cross sections. cross-section and a retaining wall detail. This is our layout in the context of the whole street. And then the next plan shows the layout up close to show the parking arrangements and the likes. The next slide then, that shows where our objectors are from, with the exception of Alderman Spears. And the next one then, this shows our housing density. So the ones in orange, that's Castle Gardens, Parade Avenue and Drive. Blue is Elm Park, green is Bellevue Terrace, and the purple is Moss Park and Green. So those are the ones that we considered as being in close proximity to the application site when we looked at the housing density. The next one then is the previously approved scheme. So as you can see, that there's very little to distinguish between them. We did feel that it was appropriate to have a dual frontage to some aspect onto Legacory Road. And for that reason, there's now a bay window on that elevation to give it a more attractive aspect onto Legacory Road. And that should be us. Thank you.
Okay. Members, thank you. I would state from my own perspective, a couple of the objectors have been in contact with me, but it was solely to offer them, well, or they requested the questions around the procedure in terms of the plan legislation and just the procedure how it would go, which was duly given in an unprejudiced way. And I don't feel it has precluded me in any way from continuing participation in this meeting, but I'll just make that point. Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, thanks, Sharon. Thanks, Trudy. I suppose the question I have, Trudy, are you saying that there's a fallback position in the original approval, or not? Just for clarification, please.
Thank you. When the application came in, the previous application was still live, so we're giving significant weight to that. It has since expired while we've been processing this application. So they can't build the other one, it has gone, but it was live when we got this application.
Okay, any other questions? Councillor Duffy.
Yes, thank you, Chair. The footpath or the steps leading up from the bus shelter appears to go on a footpath, but on the site report says there is no footpaths within the area. Would that footpath be affected, or where does it lead to? Further into the estate or something?
Thank you. Yeah, Trudy.
Within Bellevue Terrace itself, there isn't a footpath. The one that you've seen there, the steps beside the bus station, lead from Legacory Road, and that runs up the back of our site, and the photographs that on the PowerPoint show the photographs are taken from that path. It won't be affected by this. It leads up into the back of the estate, and it won't be affected by this.
Okay, Councillor Lavery.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question from Trudy, just to ask you for the record whether they considered the loss of green space and so on as part of the application. I can recall previous applications where it was considered that the loss of green space or open space was a factor in potential refusals. I remember an application maybe from Katie, although it was a much smaller, I think, tighter site. It's not really large enough for a house. Was that consideration about loss of open space a consideration in your decision, which ultimately led to an approval recommendation? Thanks.
Thank you, Trudy.
Thank you. Yes, and to be honest, that's part of the reason why we've had the application for so long. We've obviously, when we got a renewal where we weren't the deciding body, we go back through the previous one to make sure that it was a robust decision. And we felt that the department hadn't looked at that in enough detail. Case officers have been out on this site numerous times. And when you're out on the site, it's not actually clear on the ground that it is domestic. And we had to go back and ask for clarification on that so we could do the assessment against OS1. Because it is actually part of their garden, it doesn't actually meet any of the list of what can be considered as open space. And for that reason, we couldn't refuse it for that. But it was something that we were concerned about, and we didn't feel the DWE had given great enough weight to that consideration. And that's part of, as I say, the reason it took us so long to get to our conclusion was we wanted to make sure that had been robustly looked at, so it has been.
Okay, thank you. So essentially, truly, that's private property, as I said, so it can't be considered as open space in the realm of a publicly accessible space. Is that correct?
Yes, OS1 and the PPS 8 gives a list of what can be considered as open space, and it needs to provide a level of function, and this can't do that. And while we understand that the residents have got an aspect onto it, they have no control over it. They can't access it. It can't be used for any functions. And essentially, it's this person's garden. We actually went back through Google Street View, and at one stage there was a swing in that in it, and it's just it has become overgrown. So when you go out onto the site, it's not apparent that it actually does belong to them, but they were able to provide us with information that it is their side garden.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. And just sitting here, truly, just a couple of questions sort of come to mind there. Number 6, which is the end house, are you happy there's enough amenity space left? Because obviously, if they're losing this part in relation to that, and I suppose I have to say it, you know, locally, as you know, Chairman, this is known as Whitestown, and it's a very unique type of development, which kind of all fronts the road going up the hill, but this one kind of turns itself gable on. I appreciate you're trying to make a dual aspect, but it does sort of, you know, it does jar the character to me in what you see, you know, from the road. Everything else is kind of, you know, facing the road, but obviously if this end, bookend, if you want to call it, and it's turned at 90 degrees. So I would like you to sort of give me a wee bit of a, you know, what you're thinking or thought process was behind that. Do you take that into consideration? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Trudy.
Thank you. The first aspect, Bellevue Terrace, particularly these ones along the front, actually have extra amenity space opposite their houses, so that the cul-de-sac drives through, and they have a little bit on the other side as well. So number 6 will still have some a yard space to the rear, and then some grassed area and a bank to the rear. And then their space opposite is slightly reduced to allow for a better turning area. So we had no objection to that. Plus they get 2 car parking spaces within the curtilage retained. So we were content that it wasn't adversely affecting them, and they are the applicant. In terms of the character of the area, I don't think we disagree with you. It is quite distinctive. But when you go through the planning policy, there wasn't a reason to refuse it.
No, thank you. Yeah, Councillor Nicholson's right. It's White City, I think it's referred to locally. Just on the on a wider theme in terms of that access portion across the front. It's fairly narrow. I'm just wondering in terms of consideration, obviously from TNA's perspective, what was there? Are there any concerns in terms of 2 additional houses, so potential for 5 additional vehicles making their way across that quite narrow thoroughfare? Were there any concerns raised at any point?
Thank you. No, road service were consulted a number of times in the application. And while they acknowledged that there was objections to it, there was no reason to refuse. It is a cul-de-sac, it's not a through road. And there is an issue at the minute with residents parking on the street. But the view was that the extra 2 houses wasn't significant intensification to warrant a refusal.
Okay, any other questions, members, for our planner? No, okay, well then we'll move into the debating stage. Any points we wish to raise at this stage in the debate? I know there has been some issues historically with exiting Bellevue Terrace, just with the corner there on Legercorry Road. But again, it's one of those issues where residents are having to make that journey themselves every day, and it's up to TNI to take those concerns on board and enact some type of solution should they feel that they need to, but they have been reluctant to do that up till now, unfortunately. But it's just something to bear in mind in these situations where the proposal is an intensification of that input of traffic and output. Any queries? I don't see any lights on, members, so we'll move into the decision phase. Any proposals on the floor, members? Councillor Duffy?
I'll propose to accept the officer's recommendation, Chair.
Okay, we have a proposal, Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, Chairman, I reluctantly second it, even though I do believe that it does change the character of the area, but I do understand what she's saying, that the planning policy doesn't allow for that. So as I say, it complies with planning policy, so I'm happy to second it.
Okay, members, any other proposals? Don't see any. On that basis, then we will conclude that application, and we will move on then to Appendix 11, which is from Liam. So Liam, when you're ready.
Chair, with your agreement and that of members, this presentation will cover Appendixes 11, 12 and 13 as all applications relate to flagpoles on 3 separate sites within the Banbridge development limit. That's okay. So the applications are before the committee as have been made on behalf of the council. The applications seek full planning permission for the erection of flagpoles and supporting bases at a height of 6 metres at Edenderry Road and 2 sites in the Richhill Road with flagpoles of both 6 and 8 metres in height. These include the circular concrete base to support the flagpoles, which will be embedded below ground level. A maintenance area has been shown on the site layout plan to provide access to change flagpoles or maintain the equipment. Flags are not included as part of this application. The SPPS refers to the importance of good design in terms of creating public spaces and environmental improvements. Policy DES 2 of the Planning Strategy for Rural Northern Ireland provides further guidance on design, stating new development should minimise visual, functional and physical disruption and enhance or create interest, vitality and variety. Officers consider that the installation of the flagpoles with a tapered girth of 120 mm will not detract individually or cumulatively from the character and environmental quality in each area. For those reasons, each of the proposals are considered to comply with paragraph 3.8 of the SPPS and policy DES 2 of the Planning Strategy for Rural Northern Ireland. Officers have been in consultation with DFI Roads and are of the opinion that the proposed developments will not prejudice road safety or significantly inconvenience the road flow of traffic and therefore compliant with the SPPS and policy AMP1 of PBS 3. Officers have considered the scale and overall size of the proposed developments in the context of each of the local environments and having regard to the separation distances between the nearest residential dwellings in each instance are satisfied that residential amenity of those properties will not be unacceptably adversely impacted. In addition to the above consideration, in Appendix 11, it is located approximately 150 metres from a Tully-Ear Rath, which is a scheduled monument. Officers in this one have been in consultation with HED and have assessed the application on the basis of the information provided and are content that the proposal is significantly removed from that monument and therefore is satisfactory in terms of the SPPS and PBS 6. There have been no consultative objections and no third-party objections, and approval is recommended in each case. If I just run through the PowerPoint, again, it will cover hopefully the 3 sites. All the sites are within Banbridge, so that's the location of the sites within the general area. This is our first site. It's just off the slipway there, off the Richhill Road. This is our site layout plan. You can see the 2 sites either side of the underpass. This is just the elevation of the flagpoles. So that's the view of one side of the site. You can see it's just a grass verge. And that's looking back at the other grass verge on the other side. So they're the 2 points for that particular application. The second application then, again, general location within both of them, Banbridge. This is a site just up at the Eurospar on Eden Derry Road, just across the road from St Mary's Primary School. Again, you can see the site layout plan, a green, it's a grass area. Again, the flagpole elevation. So you can see looking across from the traffic lights, you can see just the site. And again, just another view of the site looking back towards the church. And that's the third site. Again, located within Banbridge. You can see the site outlined just in red there. You can just make it out. It's just where the Tesco store is, the entrance to Solitude Park, what is now the new bridge leading into the Tesco site. And again, you can see there's two portions there either side of the bridge indicated in the site layout. Again, just details with the elevations. And again, you can see a view to one section of the site and just a view across to the other, just at the entrance. Thank you.
I think I seen Alderman Barr on a poster there, but I hope he has it down now. But anyway, we do enjoy our flags, of course. So this is another application. Councillor Savage.
Sure, it's just a declared interest. I don't think I've precluded me from taking part. Brian Johnson from Tourism discussed these with the Banbridge steering group a month ago. So just that I had prior knowledge of this application coming forward, but I didn't offer any opinions on the nature of them. Okay, thank you.
Yep, okay. Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, thanks, Chairman. I'm only a couple of questions. Liam, obviously, the flagpoles, but there will be something go on them, and I'm assuming it's going to be things like historic, sort of to raise awareness of tourism facilities and things like that, because the council have them in front of the jail in Armagh and things, that you use them as sort of like advertising and things like that of council activities and things. So I'm assuming that's what it's for. So you can clarify that. And the ones at Tesco are the inside the stone wall. It's just hard to tell there. There's a stone wall along footpath on the inside. All right. Thanks.
Okay. I suppose on the actual nature or what's going to be displayed on them, Brian, I think, is present online if he can hear us. He can feel free to enlighten us in terms of what will be hoisted on these flagpoles should they be approved.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, members. I will defer in a minute to my colleague, Sarah, who's also on the call. The flagpoles, as Councillor Nicholson alludes to, is for the promotion of Banbridge and again to give attractive entrance points in and some colour. So if I could defer to Sarah in terms of the type of thing that we will promote on those. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian, and thank you, Chair. So yes, just to add to Brian's comments, the purpose of the infrastructure and the associated banners is very much to enhance the welcome, particularly on the gateways into Banbridge itself. And I suppose buoyed by the fact that the Game of Thrones studio tour is now opened in Banbridge. So yes, it would be very much based around events and festivals that are taking place in Banbridge, but they'll also be used on a seasonal basis. So around Christmas time, for instance, around springtime generally, and when there are specific events like Buskfest taking place. So if planning were approved, it would mean that the flags could remain in place on a year-round basis as well.
Hello? Yeah. Yeah, Councillor Nicholson, they're the actual other side of the stone wall. Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Liam. Councillor Wilson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just basically echoing what Councillor Savage said, we were made aware of these flag poles in this application coming up, so just want to make that clear. Thank you.
Okay. No more. Okay, members, any other direct questions on the topic? If not, we'll move into debate. Okay. Can't see any major issues with these, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, just to sort of go back to what Brian says to promote Banbridge. Any event I saw, and really, there's nowhere in Banbridge to actually promote it. Look at the Busk Fest, you maybe get the wee odd poster out at the hockey pitch or something. So anything that enhances the area and promotes Banbridge is most welcome. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. I know in Armagh City, there's a number of these with banners on them more than flags, and they are very, very useful. And they do create a brand around an event. And I know Seven Hills Blues fan, and Councillor Nicholson will tell me much more about that, but other events too. But they do seem to be a useful visual information point, Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, Chairman, totally agree with you. Happily second the recommendation, and it will create a sort of a information animation, a bit of attractiveness at key, sort of entrance points, etc. And again, will sort of promote Banbridge and the wider area. So yeah, happy to second.
Okay, and I will take your second in a wee minute when we're just not at that stage yet, but no, it was only in the debate. No problem. What we'll have to do, regardless of them being taken on block, we'll have to have individual proposals and seconds. So I'm taking it that we're largely all in agreement with them. So on that basis, I'll move to Appendix 11 singly and take a proposer and seconder for it. So Councillor Nicholson.
Happy to propose, Chair.
Happy to second, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Then Appendix 12 is same. Proposer and seconder. Councillor Wilson proposed by.
Yep, happy to propose, Mr. Chairman.
Alderman Twyble.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. And then we'll move to number 13. I propose just to speed it up. Any seconders? Second by Councillor Nicholson. Members, that concludes the meeting. To my knowledge, I'm not aware of any other business that has been brought to me. I've certainly got the cobwebs blew off in the night. For better or worse, you're stuck with me for the next 12 months if I live to see it. So on that basis, safe home, and if we can stop the live feed.